Fresh out of college, I took a teaching job in a small town in central Wisconsin. In my sophomore creative writing class, I assigned a flash fiction exercise around Halloween. We'd studied urban legends and folklore, and it was the students' turn to construct stories of their own. Assignment length 100 to 1000 words. Directions? Scare me. The submission quality was as expected. These were sophomores after all. But one story stood out halfway through my stack of papers. A piece by a quiet student named Jake. His first-person flash fiction story seemed so real. Like it was dipped in reality. A little too closely. Almost like he wasn't making it up, but had been retelling something that happened to him. I put it aside, impressed. Kate's submission was the last paper in the stack. I remember the reading experience vividly. The beads of sweat accumulating around my temples, the clickety-click of the red pen in my hand, and a weird feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. I placed it on top of Jake's story, and I thought, what the hell am I going to do? I still have photocopies of the original stories, and I often wonder, why do I still have these? But there is something about them. They are so interconnected, and there is something so raw and beautiful about them. I have a strong affinity for interesting student writing, and it'd be a shame to let the flames of these stories be extinguished. I'll share the student pieces and the subsequent events that transpired right here. I do enjoy a good story. Jake's flash fiction. My parents put Grandma Rosie in a home when she started to lose her grasp on reality, they said. I still found it to be cruel, but she seemed content. Content enough, I guess. I remember visiting her. She had an old, wooden rocking chair that faced the window. Outside was nothing but flat fields of green. The green would eventually fade, and when it snowed, it was carpets of white for miles and miles. I'm not sure which reason Grandma Rosie liked the most. She didn't do a lot of talking. She mainly listened to a radio, and it was always on one station, 89.1. But 89.1 never had a signal. It was just static. Grandma Rosie listened to this static all day, seemingly waiting her life out. No one could reach her. I visited one day to drop off a box of chocolates. Grandma Rosie rocked slowly in a chair with large headphones over her ears, staring out the window, watching the snowfall. I couldn't tell if she knew I was there. I walked over and placed the chocolates on a small table, and her hand suddenly reached across and snatched my wrist. "Shh," she whispered. "Listen." Grandma Rosie leaned in close, and I put my ear to hers. I lifted the cup of her headphone and listened. There was only static. I was about to speak, but she covered my mouth with her hand. "Listen closer," she said. I did, but all I heard was more static. "Soon they will come," she said. "They will come to take me away." This freaked me out a little, and I went home. I told my mom and dad about what happened, but they didn't think it was that weird. I kept thinking about it. One night, I couldn't sleep, so I buzzed my friend Abby on our walkie-talkies. She lived across the street and she somehow knew all about 89.1. She told me it was an old legend in our town, and you need two things to explore the legend further: a radio and a closet with a door slightly open. Face away from the closet, tune into 89.1 and listen very closely. At some point through the static, you'll hear the faint sounds of an organ, distant screams, and the dragging of metal chains along a gravelly surface. The open doorway is an invitation. Keep your eyes closed, and only if you keep your eyes closed, a figure will appear and drag you into the closet. From there, your fate is unknown. How do you know this? I asked. I've heard about it, she said. Don't tell anyone. The less people that know, the better. I looked out my window and saw Abby in her bedroom. She put a finger up to her lips. This is our secret, the walkie-talkie buzzed. For the next few days, I kept thinking about the ritual and Grandma Rosie. Why would she be playing this game? Why did she want to be dragged into an unknown fate? I again told my parents that I was worried about Grandma Rosie. They were very dismissive. Ever since Grandpa died, I think she wants to let go, my mum said. She wants to be with him. I wanted to know more, so I decided to try the game myself. It was late at night, and I opened my closet door just a crack. I sat on my bed with my back to the closet, tuned my radio to 89.1, and put on my headphones. I heard the static, and I closed my eyes. I sat there for a long time, focusing very hard on the static. The longer I sat there, the more it felt like my room was shrinking. Kind of like the space was filling up with something else. Like I wasn't alone. In my headphones, I heard the distinct organ, and I heard the screams that seemed far away, but sounded like they were getting closer. The screeching of the metal began, and then I heard a voice. Open your eyes! I jumped from my bed, very startled. Abby was laughing hysterically through the walkie-talkie. I looked around my bedroom. I was alone. I looked out the window and saw Abby, smiling and giggling. She brought the walkie-talkie up to her mouth. I totally scared you, she said. There's no one there, you're such a wuss. I noticed the closet door. It was wide open. The static of 89.1 hissed from my headphones. I was only joking, the walkie-talkie chirped. But I wasn't so sure it was a joke. Grandma Rosie died 2 weeks later in her sleep. Her time had come, and I was done fooling around with legends and superstitions. Jake's story was the most interesting of the bunch. His writing needed some tightening, sure, but the ideas were there. A mysterious legend, sentimental characterizations, and an ambiguous ending. I truly thought he had invented the whole thing. Until I read Kate's submission. Kate's flash fiction. Panic. Fear. No one would believe me. Not ever. I told him I was joking. About everything. It helps me sleep at night. But I know what I saw. A young boy, a ritual, and death. Death itself. A black death with a clutching grip. An eternity that surrounds its victims, dragging a companion to its secret and eternal lair. But I was joking. Joking all along, which made it okay. I had to know. Know more. I went to her room. It felt recently vacated, like the plug had just been pulled from a sink. Headphones on the floor. Static. Nothing but static. Noises from the closet. Labored breathing. Fingernails squeaking on the door from the inside. I clutched the handle. Something else. Something dark. Can't open it. Won't open it. Refuse to let it out. I slowly back away. A tiny voice squeaking, "Help me." Static echoing in the small room. Nothing but static. I close the door on my way out. Won't let it out. Won't tell. Will never tell. My story doesn't exist. It's simply not there. It's nothing but static. And that was it. Here, I had two seemingly intertwined stories. Jake's more traditional folklore story, and Kate's personalized flash fiction, focusing on emotion, regret, and secrets. Perhaps I'd been swimming in urban legends too long, or maybe I'd been the victim of too many horrendous student essays and stories to count. But I couldn't shake the notion. This seems real. A few days after Halloween, I kept Kate after school. I wanted to know more. Specifically, was she the Abby character in Jake's story? And was she confessing to visiting the grandmother in her own piece? I pulled out Kate's flash fiction, and I asked about how she wrote it. What was her inspiration? She shrugged. I guess it's avant-garde. I was just experimenting with the ideas. Did you like it? I nodded. It was an interesting piece, I told her. Have you ever heard of 89.1? Kate asked me. I started to speak, but couldn't. A few words spluttered out, but were interrupted by Kate's laughing. Oh my gosh, Mr. Patrick, the whole thing was just a joke. Kate explained how she and Jake conspired to write multiple viewpoints of the same story, partially as a creative writing exercise, but mainly just to screw with me. The whole thing was made up. It was a Halloween prank. We so got you, Mr. Patrick, Kate laughed. I smiled, uncomfortably. It was a good one, and yes, they got me. I told her that I enjoyed her piece. Let's continue developing your avant-garde style writing and enjoy your Halloween. But something didn't feel right. I had drinks with a veteran freshman English instructor, me the first year teacher in a new town, and he was the wily old mentor. I told him about the class assignment and the stories Jake and Kate turned in. He laughed and thought about it a bit more. "That just seems off," he said. "You said Jake and Kate conspired to play a joke? They were thick as thieves in my class at the start of the year, but in the fall, they stopped talking. Wouldn't even look at each other anymore. Had some sort of falling out. I guess they made up." For the next few weeks, I watched Jake and Kate closely, in my class and in the hallways. They didn't speak once. Never even looked at each other. I scheduled a story conference with Jake, and I let him know how much I'd enjoyed his growth as a writer, especially his Halloween flash fiction piece. I grinned and told him that his prank with Katie had totally burned me. Jake smiled, awkwardly. "We got you, huh?" he said. "It was Kate's idea." Everything was made up, he claimed. There was no 89.1, and he had no grandmother who passed away in a home. All of the characters and situations were straight 100% fiction. I told him good job, and to keep writing. Still, the situation seemed amiss, like I was missing part of the act. Was it possible that these two were so committed to screwing with me that they wouldn't even speak at school? Or maybe they were dating and didn't want anyone else to know, so they played it cool in the hallways and in class. They were 15-year-old kids, after all. That seemed reasonable. But it was keeping me awake at night. Nothing else mattered. I taught during the day, and I obsessed over the stories in the evening. News, sports, and current events faded into the background. The real world slipped away. I pushed forward. Armed with a couple of possible last names, thank you school records, I called senior citizen homes in the area. I was trying to track down my mom's old friend, Rosie, I told them. Each phone call followed the same script. The receptionist went through the files and found nothing. No one there by either last name I had. I scoured the internet, and I spent too much time in the stacks of the local library. I found no folklore or urban legends relating to 89.1. And each time I felt like quitting, I pulled out my photocopy of Kate's story. She had visited Jake's grandmother. It felt so real. I knew it wasn't fake. In a last-ditch effort, I spent a lot of time alone in my bedroom, listening to the static of 89.1, with my eyes closed and the door slightly ajar. I'd hone in on the static, and I'd listen, deeply and intently, for the chimes of the organ, the harsh and troubled screams in the distance, and the clinkety-clink of the metal chains. Sometimes I'd think it was there, and I just had to focus a little harder, and I'd sense a presence in my bedroom about to creep out of my closet, the dark mist waiting to drag me away. I wanted it to come, because I wanted this story to be real. But it didn't come. One day at school, I saw Jake and Kate smiling and laughing at Jake's locker. I walked past them, and Kate winked at me. That was the clincher. I finally succumbed to the notion that I'd been had. it was over. I ended my search for 89.1. I had drinks again with my colleague, many drinks this time, and I drunkenly told him everything I'd been doing. He found my investigation ridiculous and ultimately dangerous. "You like stories too much," he said. "If I didn't know any better, it's almost like you're trying to write one of your own. Just let it go." I pulled out the photocopied stories from my back pocket, and I pressed them down on the bar, staining them in splashes of beer. My colleague picked up Jake's story, and he looked at it for the first time. His eyes skimmed the page, and they stopped. Cold. "Wait," he said. "You never told me about Abby." I shrugged. "Abby was Kate," I told him. "It was all part of the game." "I wonder," he thought out loud to himself. He laid it out for me. A year ago, about 10 months before I moved into town, an 8th grade teacher named Abby had gone missing, seemingly vanished into thin air. One minute she was alone in a room, the next minute she was gone. Some suspected that she ran away, but there were no clues. No evidence of foul play. No suspicious or shady family members or neighbours. She was simply gone. I read Katie's piece again. My heart sank. The whole time, I assumed it was about her visiting the grandmother. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe the squeaks and pleas coming from the closet were coming from Abby. Kate never specified who she was visiting or where she was. I read the avant-garde flash fiction one more time, honing in on every word, just to be sure. And at that moment, everything changed. I spoke with the school administration. They contacted the authorities, and the police had conversations with Jake and Kate. It went nowhere. It didn't matter that Abby had lived across the street from Jake. It didn't matter that we had words and paper. They were just stories, the kids said. Only stories. Complete fiction. Jake had no grandparents in a home anyway. They were sorry if they'd scared anyone. They were Halloween stories after all. And pretty ambiguous stories at that. Jake even tearfully apologized for naming a fictional character after a missing girl. It hadn't crossed his mind. And I was now the monster for dragging 2 innocent kids into this mess. The staff ostracized me, and the town crucified me. I was done. I left the teaching profession soon after that. I walked out of the school holding my small crate of supplies, and Kate smirked at me with a knowing glance through the first floor window. I haven't seen her since. I didn't take much with me, but I did take the photocopies of the stories. I pull them out occasionally and relive the past. And sometimes, late at night, I'll get a fire in my belly and a burning desire to travel back to that small Wisconsin town. Maybe Grandma Rosie was a great aunt that Jake's family referred to as a grandma. Or maybe it was an elderly family friend. Maybe I missed something about the missing girl, about 89.1, about Kate's intentions. Perhaps I can try the ritual a few more times just to just to see what happens. Or maybe it's all a load of crap. It was 10 years ago, and I'm probably the only one that thinks there's a shred of truth in those stories. I'd be wasting my time. But it still keeps me up at night. The slim chance that it's all true. And oftentimes, the idea of it is something I contemplate more than what really happened to Abby and the grandmother in the story. If it is true, why did the kids write it all down like that? I don't have a good answer. I'll never have one. I suppose that, just like me, they really just enjoy a good story. I lived in the second oldest house in my area near Waco, Texas, from when I was about 11 until I was 18. I don't know the significance of this really, but I feel it's the only possible explanation for any supernatural presence. I'm not sure when the house was originally built, but the rest of the houses around mine were built in the 40s and 50s, so I suppose it's older than that. The house seemed normal when we first moved in. Only 2 families had lived there over the years, so it wasn't like there was a high turnover rate. In fact, no one really noticed or mentioned anything supernatural with the house. However, there was a secret room. This room was actually a selling point for my parents to help us deal with moving. Even though my dad was in the military, we had lived at our past house for quite a while and didn't want to move. So, of course, when my parents said there was a secret passage connecting one of the possible bedrooms with a secret room, we became excited about the new house. My sister and I fought for it, but I won because the other bedroom already had flower wallpaper up. When I first saw my room, I went straight to the closet to see the secret door. The secret door wasn't really secret. It was right in the back of the closet and plain to see. However, it was a lot smaller than any normal door. Even when I was only 11 or 12, I had to squat down to get in. It looked like it was made for a child to use. Another interesting thing was that the handle was not really built into the door. It was just a handle added as an afterthought. This made me think it was originally just some sort of attic or crawl space door, and not meant for a room. The door was lockable by key from the side of the door. The other side had no handle or keyhole. When you open the door, there's a very small hallway which is the same height as the door and not really fit for an adult. But it's just a few feet long, and then you get into the room. The room was just an empty room, added above the garage of the house. There was no way out except for the secret passageway to my closet. There were no windows, one light, with a string used to turn it on hanging from the ceiling, and the room was completely white with seemingly new wallpaper. There was no furniture or anything left in the room from the previous owners. In fact, I don't think the previous owners used it at all. I believe it was sealed before or soon after they moved in, and wasn't touched since then, since it was pretty dusty, but who knows. The lock did seem very old and had a hard time moving, as if it was rusted or the wood was warped or something. Now, my parents thought the room could be me and my sister's own little toy room or whatever when they first saw it. But after moving in, they had second thoughts. I'm not sure what it was, but they said it was because they wouldn't be able to hear us if we got hurt in the room, since it was so detached from the rest of the house. Of course, since we wanted our own secret room so badly, they gave in. but said that we had to tell them when we were playing in there, and we had to keep the door to my room, my closet, and the secret room all open at the same time when we were there. So we went on, and like I said earlier, nothing much really supernatural happened in the rest of the house. Not even too much in the secret room. At least not to me. My sister began having an imaginary friend. Whenever I wasn't in there, I could hear her talking and whispering to someone. I noticed that, although at first she used to have fun in there, that as time went on, she kind of seemed sadder when she was in there. However, up until now, this could all be coincidence, so I didn't give it much thought. The only weird things that happened with me was that, at night, I thought I could hear some sort of scratching on the walls behind my room. Except, it wasn't really with fingernails. It was softer sounding. It wasn't on the door, but coming from the inside room. Now, I believe that I only heard this at night because it was quiet at night, and the scratching and rubbing sound was so soft that you normally couldn't hear it. I really had no idea what it was. I told my dad once and he looked around for some animal but couldn't find any, so we just forgot about it, and I lived with it. Like I said, it was so soft it never really bothered me. It could be some far-off tree rubbing against the house for all I knew. This rubbing happened consistently. But like I said, I never paid much mind. At least, until my sister went into the room one night. She knew about the rubbing too, and never really said anything about it. One night though, probably about a year or so after moving into the house, the rubbing was going on as usual. I was in that limbo before falling to sleep when I thought that someone was in my room and unlocking the closet door. I thought it might have been a dream, but I looked around and saw my door and closet door open, so I got up to check it out. I was a little scared, but I realized it was probably Mum or Dad checking out the rubbing sound since I told them it still happened sometimes. I turned the light on in my closet and looked in. I saw a figure sitting in the room facing the wall. Now, even when I was a kid, I had been pretty brave. I was still scared since I was pretty young. But I knew that you can't just run or you'll never know. I said, "Hello?" And I heard, "She wanted to see me," in what sounded like my sister's voice. The light was in the middle of the room, and it was tough taking even those few steps to get it in the middle of that dark room. But like I said, I couldn't just leave, so I just went there and turned it on. When I looked at the figure, it was indeed my sister, sitting and scratching at the wallpaper. I touched her, and she was crying, so I pulled her up and took her out of the room. I'm really glad that I didn't just lock the door and run, or else she'd have been stuck in there all night. This is one reason why I never run away from anything abnormal. I locked the door, took her to her room, and watched her as she went to sleep. I really thought she could have been sleepwalking or something, although she never had before. And since it was over, I didn't want to wake up my parents. I went back to sleep. The next day, I asked my sister in the morning if she remembered going into the room, and she looked freaked out. I told her she was probably just sleepwalking, but she said that the girl asked her to come look at her pictures. She didn't start crying, but she was about to because she was so scared. I didn't ask who the girl was. I told her it was just a dream and went to prove it. She didn't want to enter the room again, so I went in and saw where she was scratching on the wall. Only a little bit was scratched away, so I started peeling some more wallpaper off. Under the wallpaper were different pictures drawn in what looked like crayon. There were typical kid pictures of mainly cats and houses. However, there was one picture that I thought was weird. It was a little girl, a cat, a mom, and a dad. Now, everything looked like a normal kid family portrait, except the dad had no face. It was just a circle. Of course, my rational side said she just never finished it. But still, the dad picture looked strangely out of place. Like the lines were distorted, like she had trouble drawing it. Anyway, I told my parents and they yelled at me for pulling back the wallpaper. I didn't want my sister to get in trouble, so I didn't say anything about her or what happened last night. My parents said we had to get it fixed now and were mad, and didn't let me play in there again as punishment. The whole thing seemed normal to me. Kid draws on a wall, parents put wallpaper up to cover it up. I didn't realize until later that night when the scratching, rubbing sound started up, that it sounded like a crayon. I really started thinking that the girl that my sister talked about was drawing on the wall. Now, after this happened, I started believing that the girl was actually in there. Once I started acknowledging her presence, weirder things began to happen. It happened really slowly. I was about 14 or 15 after the episode with my sister, and the weird things were happening slowly over the course of the next years I lived in the house, up until I was 18. The changes were so subtle that I didn't really notice that they were happening until much later. The drawing sounds increased a little bit, and soon were audible, even during the day. I also started hearing little pattering of feet. The more I heard these things, the more emotional I felt about them. I started feeling angry the more I heard the sounds, especially when I was trying to sleep. However, I always managed to control myself, and tried to think that this girl was obviously sad and just trying to have fun, and I calmed myself down. However, this was going on so long that I finally asked my sister when I was about 16. I asked her if she ever heard the sounds. She said that she did, although they were pretty quiet. Now, I didn't think this was so weird since obviously I could hear them too, and I told her how annoying it was. She kind of looked at me as if she was hurt, and said that every time she heard the sounds, she felt really sad. She had trouble talking about it, but I told her this is pretty important since it's going to affect the rest of my years left in the house. She told me that the girl was the girl that she used to talk to when she played in the room. She didn't know her name, but they used to play together. She said she looked just like a little girl about her age, so they had fun together. However, as my sister got older, the little girl seemed to get older too, except very unnaturally. It was subtle at first, but soon she began hating seeing her. She said she looked as if she shouldn't have been alive anymore. I didn't really know what this meant. My sister said she wore the same dress the whole time, even when the girl grew out of it. I asked her why she went into the room that one night to find the pictures, and she said she really didn't want to, but the girl made her feel so sad that she'd do anything to help her out. However, this still freaked her out and I didn't ask any more questions. Things got worse every night, and I hated hearing that sound. I was so mad that she wouldn't just shut up so I could sleep. The weird thing was, I was scared at the same time, since I knew that whatever it was in there wasn't actually alive anymore. What also freaked me out was that the sound didn't annoy my sister, but I guess she had more tolerance than I did. I asked my parents who used to live here, and they said a family with 2 sons. Of course, this didn't have anything to do with the room, since they had it locked off the entire time they were there. So I asked if they knew anything about the family before them. They said the original owners were the ones who had the house built, and that they didn't know much about them, except they had a daughter who died when she was 11. I asked if they knew how she died, but they said it was some sort of accident. So it wasn't murder or child abuse or anything. I also asked if she died in the secret room, but they said they didn't think so. I really think that this was the girl in the room, although I have no idea why she inhabited it still. Once I knew this, I sort of had an idea with what I was dealing with. Last year was when things got the worst. I heard almost constant drawing and her jumping around inside the room. The footsteps sounded heavier and were louder. If I ever heard it, I'd pound on the door to the room and she'd stop immediately. But I'd hear soft whimpering or crying. She also started drawing again later on. Sometimes I'd scream at her to shut up. I really got mad every time it happened since it had been going on for 6 years. However, I knew that I had to do something about this. I was a lurker by this time, so I read a lot of ghost story threads, and I remembered how pussy most of the goons were regarding ghosts and never checked anything out. So I knew that I had to at least understand what was going on exactly, and, if possible, end it. I didn't really have a plan, but I knew I had to see the girl or talk to her or something. Last year, shortly before I turned 18, my parents went away for the weekend. So I took the key to the secret room from their room. They kept it ever since locking it that day when I took off the wallpaper. I was determined to see her, so I stayed up, expecting to hear sounds. I couldn't hear anything, so soon I just fell asleep. It was about 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang, like someone jumped or fell. I heard her footsteps afterwards, and of course, the drawing. The first thing I felt before any fear was pure anger. I hated that she woke me up, even though this was what I wanted. I immediately grabbed the key and went to the door. I was pounding on it as I said, "That's it," and unlocking the door. The sound stopped, and I heard whimpering. I threw open the door, and this was the first time I saw the room in years. The light coming from my room illuminated a figure in the room, much like when I saw my sister years earlier. This was when I began to feel a wave of different emotions. I was really angry, really scared, yet I also knew that I had to do this and remain calm. I went into the room and stood a few feet away from the figure, which was standing in the corner. I turned on the light. What I saw was probably the most horrific sight I could probably have ever or even thought of in my entire life. Any horror movie monster had nothing on how unnatural the girl looked. I finally realized why my sister described her in such a weird way. Her body was taller than she should have been. Her limbs were so lanky and bony and stretched, like she kept growing past how tall she should have been. She was wearing a really small dress, and it was really tight on her body. Her face looked as if her head had continued to grow, but her face had not. The skin was stretched, and the eyes were sunk back into her head, yet wide open, and her small, childlike teeth were exposed since her lips were stretched back with the rest of her face. Her hair was down to her waist. Her face had tears streaming down. I took all of this in just a moment, and as soon as we met eyes, she let out a wail, as if she was crying and moaning at the same time. It wasn't a loud wail like most people describe ghosts. It was pretty soft, and it was as if she was in terrible pain. But I couldn't tell her expression since her face was so unnatural and stretched. As soon as I heard the wail, all the anger in my body was overcome by fear, and I ran. I wish I could say I ran for a video camera, but I just ran. I know I've been talking about how much I hate when people don't investigate things, but I was so terrified that I ran. Once I got out of my room, I ran to my car and drove away and spent the night at a friend's house. Once I realized what happened, I was in a cold shiver and scared out of my mind for the entire night. I was too scared to go back home until my parents came home. I waited until they came back on Sunday, and then I came over. They asked me why I took the key and left the closet door open, and I just told them I wanted to see if I could sell any of my old toys on eBay. I took one last look in the room and locked the door. Ever since then, nothing happened. I don't know why things stopped, but I'm always hoping it's not because I let her out like in The Ring or something, and that's just really evil. Since nothing has happened since then, I do really hope that I helped her out in some way. But in all honesty, I don't care. My parents moved after I went to the college, and I have no intention of ever going back. I came up with a theory that the male family member in her life was really mean to her and hated her playing in there and possibly beat her, while the female family member always felt sad, hence my sister and the girl's willingness to open up to her first. Anyway, like I said, that's just all theory, but it kind of makes sense. This all happened last year, and the more I think about it, the harder it is to remember. When I was a boy, I, like many children do I suppose, had an incredible fear of the dark. After being tucked in at night, I would beg and plead for my mom and dad to not shut out the lights, and they always agreed. That is, until the start of my second grade year. My parents decided I was a big boy, and I needed to learn that the dark was nothing to be afraid of. To help with this transition, my dad bought me a very bright nightlight for my bedside table. I hated the idea of just having the nightlight on at first, But after my mother shut off the room light switch and showed me how bright the nightlight was, I warmed up to it. That first night with only that little light by my bedside is a memory that I can recall with certain clarity after all these years. For that night marked the first of many visits from the knocking girl. The glow of that little light was comforting, like a beacon of safety in the dark. It made me feel safe, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep under its protective glow. 3 distinct knocks woke me from my slumber sometime later in the night. My eyes flew open, and my head turned to look at my bedroom door, which was left slightly ajar. The only thing there that intruded was the light shining in from the lamp in the hallway. Then, once again, came 3 sharp knocks from somewhere beyond the foot of my bed. I shot up in a sitting motion and stared past the foot of my bed at the closet door. Thanks to my adolescent mind, I wasn't sure exactly what to do. I just sat there, staring at the dark wood of that door, only partially illuminated by the light at my bedside. Then, once again, and so abruptly it made me jump, came 3 knocks. Only this time they were louder, and the time between each separate knock was greater. My breathing became heavy, and my heart pounded. And just as I was about to call out for my parents, I was cut off. A soft, but somehow warped little girl's voice called out from behind the closet door. "Let me come out, Joshua. I'm so lonely." I screamed. I screamed louder and harder than I ever had at the time, or ever since. Both of my parents burst into my room and asked me what was wrong, but I couldn't answer. I just kept screaming. It took some time, but eventually, my parents calmed me down and I was able to tell them what happened. They told me it was just a nightmare, but I wasn't having any of it. I told them I was never sleeping in my room ever again. My father, being the progressive problem solver that he was, however, fetched the screwdriver from his toolbox and began taking the closet door off its hinges. Once the door was off, my parents stayed with me until I fell asleep. The knocking girl never returned to my room after that night, but she never left me alone either. I found out the very next day a couple of rules about the knocking girl. The first was that it didn't have to be dark for her to visit me. The second rule is that it doesn't have to be a closet. The following day that I was first visited by my knocking nightmare, I was sitting in a bathroom stall at school. It was just after gym period, and the physical exercise had helped move along that morning's breakfast to my lower intestine, and I was pretty thankful when I found the bathroom empty. I was just finishing my business when I heard the echoing footsteps of someone entering the bathroom. I froze in my seat. It was clear from the slapping sound on the floor that whomever the new arrival was, they were barefoot. I waited as the footsteps drew nearer to the stall I was in, which was located at the end of the aisle and up against the wall. I decided to call out then. "Hello?" I asked, but received no reply. Only the slap, slap, slap of feet on linoleum. Somehow, the silence was more frightening than if anything at all would have answered me. I didn't call out anymore after that, but out of instinct, I picked my feet up slowly off the floor and scooted as far back on the toilet as I could, placing my feet on the rim of the bowl. Slap, slap, slap. The footsteps were nearly at my stall now. I closed my eyes tightly as the sound of steps continued. Slap, slap, slap. Whoever was out there was now directly in front of my stall. I kept my eyes closed and hoped the intruder would just leave. Then, a familiar sound resounded throughout that bathroom, which stopped my breath in my throat. 3 hard knocks pounded against the floor to my stall, followed by that same warped voice. Joshua, there's nothing to be afraid of. I only want to make you my friend. Tears began to freely fall from my closed eyes, and I shouted, Go away! Joshua, the voice replied, don't be like that. If you don't let me in, I'll have to come in there after you. The threat made me open my eyes, and what I saw under that stall door made me scream until I sent myself into a panic attack and blacked out. Under the stall, I could see 2 bare, white feet. That's not what caused me to lose consciousness. A face stared at me from under the stall, the face of a girl with a wide, glaring blue eyes and a mouth that had its bottom jaw removed so that her tongue hung down and swung loosely from her open maw. Her neck was unnaturally long and twisted underneath the stall door just enough so that her head was partially in the stall with me. Those blue eyes are all that I remember before waking up in the nurse's office. Apparently, the school janitor was mopping the hallway just outside the bathroom when he heard me screaming bloody murder. The school called my mom, and I was questioned over and over about what happened to me in that bathroom. I really didn't know what to say, so I made up some story about falling asleep while I was on the toilet and having a nightmare. The school sent me home anyway, and my mother was furious. She didn't ground me or anything though. I think she just felt sorry for me and didn't know how to help. I told her I was fine when she asked later that day. I lied. From then on, the knocking girl came to me at any time that I was alone. If my parents were outside and I was walking past the hallway closet, I heard knocking. If I was alone in my kitchen, I could hear knocking coming from inside every single cabinet. Sometimes she would call out from wherever she was knocking, telling me that she needed a friend to keep her company. I don't know why she couldn't just open the door and come get me, but I was sure as hell glad she didn't. It didn't occur to me immediately, but eventually, I wondered how she could even speak in the first place if her bottom jaw was removed. I suppose if you're being haunted by a spirit, that is a silly thing to wonder, but honestly, I sort of got used to her. Eventually, she even stopped speaking altogether. She just knocked from behind whatever barrier she could, but for some reason could not pass through. That made it easier to become more relaxed. I don't mean to say I was never afraid of her. Don't get me wrong, I never wanted to see that horrible face again. But as I grew older, she sort of became a normalcy. I just lived my life by specific rules. I never went to a public bathroom anymore. My bathroom breaks were scheduled at home, and when there were people in the house. I also grew accustomed to never opening a door unless someone I knew was on the other side of it. Then, when I was 10 years old, the worst happened. I was staying all night at my friend Reggie's house. Yes, I had friends. Despite being known as the kid that passed out in the bathroom one year, I was popular enough. I never told anyone about the knocking girl, though. That's probably why I didn't have any trouble making friends. God, I wish I would have. Reggie and I were sitting in his basement, playing Nintendo on his small TV down there, when Reggie decided he was going to get us a couple sodas. He opened the basement door and bounded up the stairs, shutting the door behind him as he did so. I continued playing until I heard a loud knock from the front door. I then heard footsteps as Reggie walked down from the kitchen to his front door and opened it. I heard the muffled noises of what I took as quiet conversation, and then the front door slammed shut. All of this happened, but I was only half paying attention as I was pretty immersed in my game. I heard Reggie walk back to the kitchen, and then, after a moment, I heard footsteps on the basement stairs again. Then, from the bottom of the door, rang out 3 hard knocks. Bang, bang, bang. I froze, and my heart raced in my chest as my thoughts immediately went to the knocking girl. "Reggie?" I called out. "Yeah, man, could you open the door for me? I brought down some snacks too, and my hands are full." It was Reggie's voice, all right, and although he sounded a bit off, I assumed it was from the strain of holding a load of junk food. "Hold on, just a minute," I said, getting up off the couch and walking over to the door. Before I could reach the door, however, he knocked 3 more times with his foot. Bang, bang, bang. "Hold on, I said I'm coming," I said, a little irritated. But then I stopped, just before my hand touched the door handle. A half-formed idea was brewing in my mind. A mystery that I wondered about for quite some time, but I was just missing one piece of the puzzle. A piece that I would never have because it would mean endangering my own life. I hoped I was wrong then, but I thought that Reggie must have unwittingly provided that first piece when he answered the 3 knocks at the front door. I then knew how the knocking girl could speak without a bottom jaw. It was likely that the voice I thought belonged to her never did. There was a sizable gap at the bottom of that basement door, and I fell down on my hands and knees to peer under it. When I did, I was met with the immediate sight of 2 piercing blue eyes. I threw myself back and scooted on my butt all the way against the far wall of that basement door, and began to immediately be assailed by a flurry of angry knocks. "No!" I could hear a voice from the other side of the door shriek as the pounding on the door grew louder. The voice was not quite the knocking girl's and not quite Reggie's, but an amalgamation of the 2 voices, along with several others. "No, you will be mine, boy, if it takes me 100 years. You will be mine." The myriad of voices assaulted my eardrums, and I had to cover my ears because the pounding and screaming became too loud. My heart began to race, and I began crying as I was stricken by my second panic attack, and I fainted. I woke up sometime later in Reggie's living room, surrounded by my parents, as well as Reggie's mother crying, along with some policemen in uniform. The police asked me questions while my dad stood by, listening to the interrogation, and my mother tried to console the woman, who would never see her son again. They asked me if I remembered what the intruder looked like, and they asked me how I kept the door barred while he attempted to break it down. I didn't really know what to tell them, so I just shrugged and nodded to most of it. I was confused and scared. I didn't know how to tell them there was no conventional intruder. Why would they believe me anyway? I later found out that Reggie's mum had left the house just before Reggie came up to get snacks for us. She needed to get some milk for the dinner she was going to prepare for us, and thought that we would be fine in the 5 minutes it would take her to get back. When she got home, she found the basement door had several scratches and indentations in the wood. She found me at the bottom of the stairs, unconscious, and immediately called the police and the ambulance. While she was on the phone, she frantically searched the house for Reggie. Like I said, she never found him. I felt bad for Reggie, and I felt bad for his mom, but I didn't know the knocking girl would come after anyone else. How could I have? Still, I wish I would have said something, even then. If I had, maybe Reggie would have been the only disappearance I would have to mourn. That day at Reggie's house was so long ago. I am a fully grown adult now, living in my parents' house that was left to me in their will after they too disappeared. Every door in the house is removed, of course, except from the front door and back door. Tonight, I'm opening my 3rd bottle of whiskey this week. It's always easier to handle the nights when I'm toasted. Tonight will be like every other night. I will sit in my chair, facing the front door, and I will wait for the knocking girl to come. She always does. Sometimes she speaks in Mom's voice. Sometimes she speaks in Reggie's voice. Sometimes she speaks in Dad's voice. And sometimes she speaks in a completely different voice that I may or may not recognize. But she always knocks, entreating entrance into my home. I have dealt with the knocking all my life, and at 33, I have grown quite tired of the knocking. With each bottle of whiskey, however, I believe I am growing closer to answering that knock. Maybe tonight will be the night that I let the knocking girl inside to play. When I was a kid, my best friend lived next door. It was incredible, just like you see in the movies. His name was Blake, and we were in the same year at school. Every morning, I'd go out to his house and his dad would drive me, him, and his little brother Kyle to school. Me and Blake played together almost every day, usually with a dollhouse type thing he had of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sewer. Our parents had friends too, and one summer when we were 8 or 9, they built a gate between our gardens so we didn't have to go out into the street. The street we lived on had lots of little alleyways and such, and at least 2 or 3 kids got hit by cars every year. It was usually the kids' fault, but still, our parents thought it would be safer for us just to be able to go through our gardens. All our friends were jealous and we were forever showing it off. We both adored Lord of the Rings and used to pretend that my garden was the Shire and his was Mordor. There was a huge pile of dirt at the bottom of his garden that we pretended was Mount Doom, and we'd climb to the top to throw the ring in. His parents would shout at us not to climb up it, but we did anyway. I remember the morning everything went wrong really well. It was a few days before school finished for the Christmas break. Blake's mom had found out she was pregnant a few weeks before, and everything seemed perfect. I had been running a little late that morning when I got to Blake's house, ready to go to school. "Are you two ready to go?" his dad asked me when I walked in the back door. He didn't even look at me, too busy trying to wrestle Kyle into his coat. "I am. Is Blake upstairs?" I was already edging towards the stairs when his dad snapped up to look at me. "Isn't he at yours?" he asked, looking panicked. I shook my head. Blake sometimes came to mind in the morning if he was ready before me, but I hadn't seen him that day. I hadn't seen him since the afternoon before. "Vicky!" he shouted, darting into the living room where his wife was sat and leaving Kyle sat on the tabletop in the kitchen. It happened almost in slow motion, but it also seemed sped up. Kyle wiggled a little and then fell straight down. His head hit the tiled floor with a crunch. I still feel sick thinking about it. I think I screamed. It was a blur as Blake's dad, David, ran in and picked Kyle up off the floor. There was a lot of blood, and the top of his head was completely flat and he was gurgling. Kyle had only been 4 at the time. That was the first time I saw a grown-up cry, and it scared me enough that I ran home through the front door and into the street instead of walking through the back gate. My mom turned in shock, expecting me to be on the way to school. I must have looked a mess because she immediately asked what was wrong and sat me down at the kitchen table. I was 9, so I vaguely knew what was going on, but I didn't realize how serious it all was. "Blake's dad thought he was with me, but he wasn't, and he went to tell Vicky, but he left Kyle on the table and he fell off," I told her, wide-eyed and all in one breath, beginning to realize that Kyle wouldn't be okay. My mom paled, but she had always been a bit of a mother hen, so she immediately went over to their house. She went straight in like we always did to find David and Vicky on the floor, holding Kyle, who was all sorts of gurgling. It sounded a bit like when you drink from a bottle of Coke really quick and it makes noises in your stomach. Looking at Kyle made me feel sick. His pale blonde hair was slicked back with blood and his eyes were pointing in different directions. My mom grabbed their landline phone and phoned an ambulance. "Where is Blake?" my mom asked them, softly, kneeling down to be eye level with the devastated parents. "We don't know. Last time he said he was sleeping over at yours and we haven't seen him since," David stuttered, obviously going into shock. I think my mom phoned the police too then. The ambulance arrived and everything sped up as they took Kyle away in an ambulance, his parents following. I felt like they had forgotten about Blake. The police arrived not too long after the ambulance, and my mom told me they would go to the hospital to speak to Blake's parents. My mom kept me off school and the police spoke to me in my room later that day. "Were you and Blake good friends?" one of them asked me in a condescending tone. "We are." "And when was the last time you saw him?" "Yesterday afternoon. We played Lord of the Rings for a bit and then my mom called me in for tea, and I haven't seen him since." "Have you ever seen Blake's parents do anything bad to him or Kyle?" "Sometimes they shout at Blake really loud." "Have they ever hit Blake or Kyle?" "No, they're nice." The police asked a bunch of other questions that seemed to accuse Blake's parents of being abusive or neglectful, which wasn't true at all. The police searched the area for the next few days, looked through Blake's room, and asked me questions like if Blake would ever run away or anything like that. I told them no. It was 3 weeks after all of this that I saw Dave and Vicky again. They were getting out of a taxi and going into their home. I ran outside to talk to them, but they closed the door in my face. I noticed they came home without Kyle, and Vicky didn't look pregnant anymore. Looking back, I think she probably miscarried from the stress, but at the time, I thought she had given the baby to someone else or something. That night, I was sitting on my bed, reading, when I noticed movement out the window. Blake was stood by the gate, waving to get my attention. I lit up. My mum had kept me off school for the last week before Christmas break, so I hadn't spoken to anyone outside of my family. I ran downstairs and out into the garden, still in my purple Hermione Granger PJs and Star Wars slippers. "Where have you been?" I asked him in a whisper, not wanting my parents to hear. They were sat in the living room watching TV. They would only have to glance out the window to spot me. "I was helping Kyle." "Helping him do what?" Blake shrugged and looked up at his house. It was completely dark. I hadn't seen his parents since they first came home, and there were no signs they were even in the house. "I'm so glad you're back," I told him with a grin. "So am I," he grinned back. We stood, grinning for a few seconds before I heard knocking on the living room window. I turned and saw my dad in the window, looking annoyed. "See you tomorrow," I told Blake, hurrying into my house. "What were you doing out there?" my dad asked, not sounding too angry. "Blake is back," I told him with a smile. Him and my mum exchanged a concerned look. "I don't want you going out there for a bit, okay? And don't bother his parents." I was confused, but I agreed, going back to bed without an argument. I could see Blake, sitting on top of the pile of dirt. I waved at him, and he waved back before I settled down and went to sleep. The next week, school started. Blake's parents sold their home and moved away. I came home from school one day to find the gate between our gardens had been replaced with a concrete wall. I whined and moaned at my parents, but they told me there was nothing they could do. The new owners were an elderly couple who hated kids and were too old to do much other than watch TV. They had lived there for a few weeks when I saw Blake again, sitting on top of the dirt. I waved at him, confused, and he waved back. I saw him a few times a month, just sitting there. It was always right before I had to go to bed, so I never got to talk to him, and I never thought to mention it to my parents in the morning. As I got older, I all but forgot about Blake. I stopped seeing him when I was about 12 and just assumed it was because his parents had told him to stop coming over or something. By the time I was 18, I had all grown up and barely thought about the boy I spent my entire childhood playing with. The elderly couple died when I was 19 and away at university. My parents told me about it on the phone. The man had died in hospital, and the woman died in the house a few weeks later. The house was left to their son, who rarely bothered with them, and pretty much just left the house to rot. I finished university at 22 and travelled around Asia for 6 months before returning to the UK and moving in with a girl I had been on and off with throughout uni. It didn't last, and a year and a half later, I was back in my childhood bedroom, 24, and my independence was gone again. I didn't mind too much. It was nice to spend time with my parents again and reminisce about my childhood. A few months after I moved back home, I landed a job as a nurse in a home caring for the mentally ill and physically disabled adults. It wasn't what I'd been hoping for, but it was a job. You wouldn't believe my shock. On my first day, I was looking over files of everyone there, and I found Kyle. I won't be giving last names just to protect the family. I'd spent years thinking he was dead, so to find him there made my heart stop. I approached his room, scared of what I might find. I know it sounds horrible, but I would have much rather remembered him as a babbling, smiling baby than the way I last saw him. I opened the door and walked in. He was in a wheelchair, near the window, and even when I said hello, he didn't show that he heard or saw me. He looked just like when I last saw him, but of course bigger and without all the blood. The top of his head was still unnaturally flat, and his eyes were unfocused. "Hi, Kyle. I bet you don't remember me." He didn't even look at me. It was like he wasn't in there, like he had left his body and wandered off. I didn't try to talk to him like that again. While I worked there, I treated him exactly like everyone else. I would ramble away to him while changing, feeding or washing him, and then move on to the next person like I'd never known him. When David and Vicky came to visit him for the first time since I had been there, almost 3 months after my first day, they didn't recognize me. I had to explain to them who I was, and I saw pain flash in their eyes, though they smiled politely to me and asked me what I had been up to. I told them about uni and travelling, and they nodded along with it and asked a few questions. I finished telling them about me. "What's Blake been up to?" I asked happily, excited to hear about the adventures my childhood friend had been on. I thought Vicky was going to cry, and I was immediately confused. Blake went missing the night before Carl's accident. We haven't seen him since, and the police couldn't find him," David told me in a pained voice. I mumbled my apologies and left Kyle's room. My mind was racing. I had definitely seen Blake in his garden all those times. I remembered him so vividly. Had he been somehow living nearby and coming back to visit me? Had he actually run away like the police first thought? Nothing seemed to make sense. I finished my shift early and went home. My parents had not long retired, and they'd gone out for a meal together when I got home, so I headed straight up to my room. Looking out of my window, I was barely even surprised to see Blake sitting on top of the pile of dirt. He was still a little kid. He hadn't aged at all. I went outside with a stepladder so I'd be able to peer over the wall that still stood strong to separate us. "You're back," he smiled as my head popped over the wall. "I don't understand," I told him, shaking my head. He looked real, solid, nothing like the ghosts you see in films. At this point, I was sure he was a ghost. How else had he stayed the same? "Tell them to search the garden," he told me. I heard a door slam in my house and glanced up at it. When I looked back, Blake was gone. I ran back into my house and straight up the stairs to grab my phone. I had just dialed 999 when I heard a giggle. I recognized it, but couldn't quite place it. Turning around, Kyle was stood in the hallway. Not Kyle I saw every day, though. It was little Kyle, with a round hair and focused eyes and a smile. He ran up the hall and out of sight, and I knew there was no point in following him. I gave the police an anonymous tip that there was a body buried somewhere in the back garden of number 11 Britton Avenue. I watched from my window as the police and forensics showed up at the abandoned house. I watched them start from the front garden with little machines and sniffer dogs, trying to figure out if there was a body there or not. There was. They pulled out the body of a little boy, and they knew straight away who it was. A plastic ring, painted gold, was still on his hand. Apparently, he hadn't managed to throw it into Mount Doom before the dirt started to slide, and he was buried under it all. The police asked whoever had given the tip to get in touch, but I just got a new SIM card and pretended I didn't know how they had found out about Blake. I haven't seen him or Kyle since. Sometimes I wonder if I'd told my mom if I'd eat tea later or invited Blake in if any of it would have happened. He wouldn't have come in with me, eaten tea and then gone home safely. David wouldn't have left Kyle on the table, ready to fall and stop being himself. I have 2 kids of my own now, little boys. They were only 1 and 3, but sometimes, in their baby talk while they're playing, I'm sure I hear the names Blake and Kyle. When I was in high school, my friend and I had a peculiar pastime. Like any teenage delinquent, we liked to cause trouble. We weren't vandals, we didn't deal drugs, and we certainly didn't bully kids in school. No, we liked to scare the living hell out of the new parents by hacking their baby monitors. We were insufferable little punks who thought we were too good to get caught, and that our little acts of mischief would go unpunished. One night, however, I learned my lesson and realized that I wasn't quite as bulletproof as my tremendous adolescent ego made me out to be. Dimitri, Kurt, and I went to the same school, shared many of the same classes, and hung out almost every evening after chow time. We watched prank shows, played video games, talked about who had the nicest rack in school. One evening, we were trading scary stories at the park. Kurt shared the classic story about the single mother who heard a haunting voice on her baby monitor. Like most horror movies, it sounded like total crap. But Dimitri told us that it had happened to his mom once. On her own baby monitor, she'd heard a neighbor singing to her baby. Apparently, it was possible to accidentally tap into someone else's frequency. In an instant, a light bulb turned on in each of our heads. When you're close enough to someone, you don't need words to know what that person is thinking, and we could all tell we were thinking the exact same thing. We were going to buy a baby monitor and screw with people. Pardon the pun, but hacking a baby monitor is child's play. All you need to do is find a device on the same frequency as yours. Never want to do things half-assed, I purchased a high-end monitor with a frequency dial so we could prank as many targets as possible. The following night, we took our bikes, roamed the neighborhood, and found our first victim. We could see the nursery from the suburban home's second-floor window. Dimitri grabbed to the baby monitor and began tuning it to different frequencies until we heard breathing. I remember feeling excited as our plan finally came to fruition. Dimitri pressed the button and began exhaling heavily into the receiver. "Your little girl was delicious," he murmured using a demonic voice. The light in the master bedroom turned on almost immediately, and we heard a shrill scream. Laughing our asses off, we quickly rode off down the street so we wouldn't get caught. We repeated the prank several times over the course of the following weeks, each taking turns talking through the monitor. Not wanting anyone to get wise to our little games, we chose a different house every time. People's reactions were priceless. Some others would reply in a panic. Others seemed to know it was a hoax and told us to shut up. And one poor woman even started sobbing uncontrollably, begging us not to hurt her baby. I feel bad about the last one now that I'm older, but it was hilarious to me back then. My friends and I mimicked her high-pitched bawling and desperate cries for mercy for weeks afterwards. Yeah, we were royal dicks. Karma sucks, and I got what was coming to me one night. Kurt and Dimitri were busy studying for their midterms, so I went out on my own. By then, we'd gotten pretty much everyone in the surrounding neighborhood, so I decided to venture off across town and into unfamiliar territory. Finding a target wasn't difficult. You just had to look for cars with baby seats, houses with overly colourful cartoon-themed curtains, or toys left in the yard. I came across a house that fit all three criteria and parked my bike out of view. Playing with the tuner, I eventually found the right frequency. I could hear the sound of a baby snoring lightly. A devious little smirk pushed its way onto my lips, and my heart began pounding with excitement. It was my time to shine. "I am watching," I whispered into the monitor, using the creepiest voice I could muster. The house remained dark and lifeless. I figured the homeowners hadn't heard me. "I stand over your bed, watching, waiting. I will get you," I said, louder this time. Nothing, just the sound of crickets chirping and the occasional dull roar of a car driving down the street. It was a little odd. Parents usually reacted much quicker than that. I began feeling a little nervous and somewhat exposed. You know, like when you suddenly realize some creeper's gawking at you. It was getting late and I had a long bike ride home. Just as I was about to give up and leave, I heard a strange, moist gurgling sound coming from the monitor. The quiet, rhythmic snores ceased, and I assumed the baby had woken up and was about to start crying. Instead, a man spoke to me. "You're the one being watched now, Juan," he said softly. My stomach pirouetted at his words. How did he know my name? I felt sick. Something was very wrong, and I could feel it in my bones. I glanced up at the nursery window and saw a silhouette standing there, watching me. Had he been there the whole time? The air was thick and difficult to inhale, though perhaps fear was making it hard to breathe. My body quivered uncontrollably as a sense of dread poured into every inch of me. I climbed on my bike, pedaling desperately to get away. Part of me thought I was overreacting, but the overwhelming need to flee overpowered my rational mind. "You can't run. I know where you live, Juan," continued the man as I turned the corner I flew down the street, not stopping until I reached a busy boulevard. Surrounded by cars and a few late-night joggers, I felt safe. "Your hoodie will run red with your blood, boy," whispered the man, still talking through the baby monitor in my pocket. A passerby gave me a nasty look as I yelped loudly in fear, practically ripping my hoodie in a frantic attempt to remove it. To the stranger, I must have looked like some snotty kid tripping balls or something. He didn't know I was in genuine distress, so I don't blame him for walking off with an insulted huff, though I wish he had offered to help me instead. After stuffing the hoodie into my backpack, I noticed my name scrawled on my back. It was my school jacket. No wonder that asshole knew my name. It then occurred to me that baby monitors were fairly short-ranged, so I was obviously being followed. I nervously glanced around to try and identify my stalker. Was it the empty-looking van down the street? That guy walking his dog? The car that had just driven past? Either way, the last thing I wanted was to hear that voice again. So I turned off the device and started pedaling towards my home. Fear had heightened my senses, and I began to notice every motion of the trees in the breeze, every crackle of twigs under my wheels, and every car that zipped past me. I flinched whenever anyone came near, paranoid that whoever had spoken to me through the baby monitor was going to catch up. Fortunately, I made home without incident. I parked the bike in my garage and crawled up the stairs to my bedroom. In one careless motion, I tossed my backpack and the baby monitor in the corner of my room. I dove under my sheets like an Olympic swimmer. It doesn't matter how old you are. Nothing feels safer than being under your blanket. I closed my eyes, hoping I'd be able to calm down enough to catch a few hours of rest before class. But then I heard static coming from the monitor across the room. The monitor that was supposed to be off. "Sweet dreams, Juan," said the voice that still haunts my nightmares. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I was too frightened to get out of bed until sunrise. When I got up, my first order of business was to remove the battery from the monitor and throw it in the trash. I didn't want anything to do with it anymore. I came up with an excuse to give my buddies so they wouldn't think I was a huge pussy. With massive bags under my eyes, I got dressed, had breakfast, and went to school. It wasn't until a few days later that I saw the house on the news. In an interview, a police officer explained that the small family who had been living in the house had been found in their beds. I had been outside when it happened. The killer had heard me on the baby monitor and decided to mess with me. It was definitely a wake-up call, and I thanked my lucky stars that I hadn't gotten killed. I was too busy feeling thankful that I survived to feel bad about the family that hadn't. Empathy, like wisdom, comes with age. Now that I'm an adult with a wife and daughter, I truly understand the consequences of my actions and the severity of the situation I put myself in as a tremendously stupid teenage boy. That dreadful night, I thought I reached the epitome of fear, but it was just the tip of the iceberg. As a father, I now know that fear thrives and multiplies when there's something more precious than your own life at stake. I can't say for sure whether the killer found me again after all these years, or whether a new breed of idiots had the same idea as my friends and I. But I can tell you that I now understand what true terror is. Late night, I heard something on our baby monitor that sent chills into my very soul, shackling me with a paralyzing fear that I doubt will ever leave me. I'm still watching. There are certain things in the world that are constant, unchanging with no regards to the passage of time. No matter the era, there is war, there is money, there is greed. Each generation has its share of hatred and unjust death. There will always be crime and tragedy. These constants are things that are known and to some extent understood. There is something else that I know to be true, something perfectly cemented in time and space that the world seems to have overlooked. Mrs. Baker owns the house at the end of Willow Street. I know that this must seem a little strange to you. Please, give me just a few minutes to explain. You see, Mrs. Baker wasn't just an old lady in my old neighborhood. In fact, many of us didn't think of her as a woman at all. She was more of a landmark, someone who had been there even before our parents and would continue to exist long after all of us little birdies had flown from the nest. And for as long as she'd been alive, she had owned a shabby little shack with peeling paint and squeaky shutters at the tail end of Willow Street. For most of us still alive in the neighborhood, she had existed for all of eternity. She wasn't born, and she wouldn't die. She just was. Of course, logic tells us that even Mrs. Baker came from somewhere. I was told that she immigrated to our little town from France. Her first name was Camille, although nobody could ever pronounce it right. Her husband, an American whose first name has long been forgotten, brought her over after a whirlwind of romance in Paris. He had died early, leaving her alone, childless, all by herself, in the house on Willow Street. By all accounts, Mrs. Baker was unremarkable. She was kind and friendly, in as much as social protocol demanded. She liked to sit on her front porch, surveying the unkempt grass as she embroidered yellowing hand towels. She had a cat that very well may have been as old as herself. He had grey fur and all the neighbourhood kids called him Fluffy, as we were fairly unoriginal children. The only thing that set Mrs. Baker apart from the other residents was her apparent immunity to life and death. In all the time I lived there, I never saw her age. I never saw her change. But that's not why I remember Mrs. Baker now. Mrs. Baker didn't talk to the kids in our neighbourhood very much. I always had the feeling that she disliked children. I had spoken to her a few times because my mum had dragged me to her house. My mum had a fascination with embroidery and spent a few afternoons sitting in Mrs. Baker's musty old living room, taking lessons from the old crone. I didn't mind Mrs. Baker, because she always gave me chocolate chip cookies and let me play with Fluffy. Since she never really talked to me, however, I assumed that she wasn't very fond of me. That assumption was challenged one foggy morning in early April. School was out for some kind of break, so I had naturally risen before the crack of dawn to get the most out of my few free days. I'd driven my mom insane in the matter of minutes, and she'd sent me to play outside before she was forced to slaughter me where I stood. Her words, not mine. I was playing with some action figures when I saw Mrs. Baker standing outside her house, watching me. Of course, she lived all the way at the end of her street, a good 4 houses away from mine, so I couldn't tell if she was looking at me or not, except that I could feel her eyes on mine, like she was trying to call out to me with something other than her voice. And she succeeded, because I was so intrigued that I found myself standing up from the damp grass and taking a tentative step down the street. As if sensing my confusion, Mrs. Baker lifted her arm and crooked a slender finger at me, beckoning me closer. I was either too young or too stupid to be cautious. Besides, I'd known her all my life, as had my mother, and probably her mother before her. I didn't think anything of it as I trotted down the street. If anything, I was thinking of those chocolate chip cookies she often made. I stopped a few feet from Mrs. Baker, and I chirped out some kind of greeting. She gave me a stiff sort of smile, and bent down so that she was eye level with me. I remember thinking that I'd never seen an old person do that. It must have hurt her back, bending down like that. I suddenly felt very important. "Dominic, you're a good boy, aren't you?" She asked the question, fully expecting an answer. There was nothing patronizing or teasing in her tone. I nodded solemnly, as though this were the most important moment of my young life. Well, I guess in a way it probably was. She mirrored my nod, an aura of satisfaction radiating off her as she asked her next question. "Would you like to see something secret?" My ears perked up at that. A secret? I loved secrets. I was going to be a spy when I grew up, so I understood that secrets were very, very important. I nodded at her, and she extended her hand to me. I took it without hesitation, and she led me inside her house. We bypassed her living room completely, much to my dismay, as I'd rather hoped that her secret involved cookies. She took me through the dining room, then the kitchen, all the way to the back of the house, where she opened the door to a set of stairs, leading down into the darkness. She turned on the light, but the basement was still quite dim, so she held my hand in a firm grip as we descended together. I gradually became aware that there were soft noises coming from the basement, sniffles and shuffles and sometimes strange choking and squealing noises. It sounded as though she had animals that were trying very hard to keep quiet. I wondered if Fluffy had gotten trapped down there. Maybe Mrs. Baker wanted me to save him. I didn't see Fluffy when we got to the basement. I saw a row of cages, lining the walls in a mess of rusty iron. It was hard to see, but there were animals crouched in them, sniffing and pawing at the dirty floor beneath them. "What is it?" I asked, a little uncertain what to make of what I saw. "It's a zoo," said Mrs. Baker. My eyes lit up in wonder. I loved the zoo. My mother used to take my little brother and me, if we'd been very good. I realized why it was a secret now. Having a zoo in your basement was a genius idea. although she wouldn't be able to keep very big animals. I was a little disappointed at that, because giraffes were my favourite. Still, I was very excited to see her zoo. She must have been able to sense my anticipation, because she let go of my hand and gestured forward. "Go on," she said. I didn't need a second invitation. I practically skipped forward, starting with the cage closest to me. Because the light was so dim, I had to bend down and press my face against the bars to make out what was inside. My little heart froze in my chest when I finally saw what was in the cage. It was a little girl, a few years younger than me. She couldn't have been more than 5. She was crouched down, her hands trembling, and I could see that something was dripping from her fingers. I thought about trying to speak to her, but then I saw her lips. They'd been sewn shut. I gasped and stumbled backwards, right into Mrs. Baker's arms. All too late, I began to feel something was very, very wrong. I looked back at Mrs. Baker, white-faced and shaking. I couldn't make out her face in the dark basement, and for that, I was almost glad. "What is she doing in there?" I demanded, trying to sound like I wasn't scared. I failed miserably. "She was bad." "Bad?" Mrs. Baker nodded, but didn't give any more explanation. She simply stated, "This is a zoo for bad people." She gestured again for me to continue looking. I walked on unsteady legs and looked into the next cage. This one was a boy. He was moaning a little, obviously trying to keep quiet, and pressed his hands to his chest. Except then I realized that he didn't have hands. He had dark, oozing stumps where his hands should have been. I looked back at Mrs. Baker, suddenly wanting very much to go back home. She sensed my intentions and shook her head. I couldn't leave until I looked in every cage. There were about 12 cages in all, I think, although I can't say for certain. My memory gets a little fuzzy at this point. I know I saw many children, scared and sick and frightened, but they all began to blend together in my mind. Rather than seeing a whole person, I see bits and pieces. I see missing fingers, eyes sewn shut, teeth wrenched out. Everything is a mass of mutilation. I don't even really remember making it to the last cage, nor do I remember walking up the stairs. The next image in my mind is of Mrs. Baker's living room, sitting in a overstuffed armchair, drinking a cup of tea, eating warm cookies just out of the oven. "Do you know why I have a zoo for bad people, Dominic?" Mrs. Baker's voice is so clear to me, even all these years later. I shook my head, feeling numb and confused inside. "Bad people don't deserve to live in this world," she answered, her voice taking on a strength, a conviction that it had never possessed before. "They need to be locked up for everyone's sake. Do you understand?" I nodded. I didn't know what else to do. She seemed satisfied with that. Once I'd finished my cookies, she patted me on the head and led me to the front door. I had just stepped out of that suffocating house, the skies cleared of fog and the sun beginning to warm the tips of the grass. when I heard a bony hand squeezing into my shoulder again. My heart skipped a beat. I turned back to look at her. In all my life, no matter how many times I am reincarnated, I'm sure I will never forget that look of pure menace on her face as she said, "Good boys don't tell secrets. You're still a good boy, aren't you, Dominic?" My head bobbed violently. Her grip loosened just a little, and I bounced away, racing on lithe feet, back to the comfort of my own home. I never told anybody what I saw in Mrs. Baker's house. Now that I'm older, I often ask myself why I didn't tell my mother. Sometimes I think it's that I didn't know what to do, didn't believe what I'd seen, had no way of explaining the horrors inside that basement. Other times, I tell myself that I dreamt it all up. There was no way Mrs. Baker would have done something like that. These are lies. There is only one truth. I was too scared of Mrs. Baker finding out that I was a bad boy. I was afraid of the zoo. All these years, I have remained silent, choosing to forget the one dark moment of my childhood. I thought it would be enough, until my mother called me yesterday and told me, "Mrs. Baker just passed away." Everything seemed to freeze in time as the memory of that day rushed upon me full force. I waited for my mother to tell me they'd found the secret waiting in the basement, but she didn't. Instead, she said, "She didn't have much money left, but it's the funniest thing. She left it all to you in her will. Do you have any idea why?" No, I didn't. But that didn't stop my stomach from rolling and heaving its contents all over my kitchen floor. To this day, I don't know what Mrs. Baker saw in me, or why she called out to me, told me her secret. I don't know why she gave me the money. Worst of all, I don't know what happened to those children, where she hid their bodies, or if any of them survived. There is one more constant now in my life. Every night until I die, I will dream of the house at the end of Willow Street and its zoo for bad people. Only this time, I'll dream it from inside the cages. BooTube recommended channel for you. That's what I saw in my YouTube feed. It looked harmless enough as I looked at the thumbnails below. It looked like some sort of weird, cheap, ghoulish puppet on a black backdrop. I love, or rather loved, goofy old stuff like that, as my subscriptions to the Everything is Terrible and the new Uncle Gregory Horror Hour channels could attest to. So, why the hell not check it out? I clicked onto the channel. The logo looked cheap enough, like something a first-year web design student would cobble together, with a pixely JPEG of that weird ghoul and a title done in Comic Sans. The phrase, "we all like to watch," was written beneath it, as if meant to some inexact innuendo. I pressed one of the videos, titled QQA27, and the video popped up.
Greetings, fraidies and mental men,
the thing on the screen said. This was the first time I looked at him very closely in that terrible video quality that looks so real, it looks cheap, if you get my meaning. His face looked like some leering, distended mix between Ghostface and Mr. Punch, spray painted a shiny metallic silver, likely taken from the mold of some rubber, overpriced Halloween mask repurposed to create this crappy puppet. His lips flapped barely in sync with the words he spoke. The rest of the puppet looked no less cheaper either. A red cloak-like shroud, with the two arms, obviously the gloved hands of the puppeteers, sitting beneath the desk where the thing sat. Air, from what I presume was a cheap fan, billowed beneath him, presumably to make him look oh so spooky, you guys. Seriously.
today
The ugly thing continued.
we've gotten track of a very special video, a showing of what happens when one whistleblower hears a whistle a-blowin'.
Its voice had a screeching, nasal quality to it, like that one guy from the old G.I. Joe cartoons. Then, there was a jump cut to a stark, grainy video. Obviously a low-quality camcorder rip, taken from what looked like a hilltop. It was of two men, one wearing a crude, green monster mask, the other bound and gagged, and being tied to what looked like train tracks. There was a much clearer silhouette movie in the corner of the video of what I assumed was the host, watching like the peanut gallery at a theatre.
I heard of someone getting run out on a rail, but this is ridiculous.
At that awful pun, the sound of canned laughter came from all around him. The man in the video struggled against these bindings, with muffled screams obviously captured on a crappy microphone.
Looks like it's time for him to complete his training.
The host said smugly. Again, more canned laughter. Two lights on the track came into view.
Looks like our guest of the hour is poking his headlights into some fellow's business, but what locomotive does he have? Let's watch.
Just as suddenly as that shoddy puppet host said that, a train came into view, and in a split second, it ploughed right through the man on the tracks. A wet, meaty sound coming from that terrible microphone intermixed with the train's whistle.
Now that's what I call a gristle-stop tour.
The host said, as the audience erupted in an uproar. I pressed pause. Holy crap. Those were not special effects. I'd seen special effects before. I'd also seen real deaths on film before, with none of the splatter or rubber intestines, just the crunch of steel through meat and bone, and the subtle squish of gore and blood. I pressed pause on the video, and that's when I noticed something. On the windows of the train, a passenger train, as it passed by, all of the passengers were wearing the same green monster mask as the person who tied the man onto the tracks. Every single one of them. All of them. Looking straight into the camera. Holy crap. I was watching a snuff film. Probably for some sort of crazy insane death cult that had somehow wormed its way into YouTube. Oh Jesus, this was horrible. I immediately clicked the flag video button. Nothing happened, but a tab popped up. I clicked on it. It looked very crude, like something out of a 90s Angel Fire or GeoCities website. But the website was written in some sort of novelty Halloween font that I couldn't copy. The background was a clip art gif of a dancing skeleton, repeated over and over, with that same crappy JPEG of that host in the front. and there was text below. It read, "So, you thought you could give us the axe, did you? Gave it your best stab. But you did a real cut-rate job of it. Maybe you should bury the hatchet and stop trying to cut to the heart of this matter before you slice off more than you can chew. Or should that be sliced off?" I closed the tab. I couldn't believe it. These assholes were not only running a snuff film operation in plain sight for whatever pun death cult they were running, but they had the gall to break into Google so no one could whistleblow on their operations. I couldn't just do nothing, so I hooked up to a VPN server, turned on the necessary security programs, and turned on my video capture program. By God, if I had to take this thing down myself, I would. But first, I'd have to get evidence. I attempted to take a look at that previous video. It wouldn't play, and most of the methods I tried took me to that stupid warning site. Fine, I thought to myself. Play it your way. I'll capture the rest of your stuff. The next video I looked at on the channel was called 304AR. I pressed play. The stupid puppet popped up again.
Greetings, Fradies and Mentalmen! Tonight we have s'more special footage for you. Yes, sirree, it's gonna be a bonfire tonight! Though for this poor schmuck, it looks more like a bonefire, because you all like to watch. Now don't you?
The video switched to the same terrible quality of video as before, but this time in a dingy basement. The poor subject this time was a woman, tied to a wooden chair, rope holding her from head to toe, and a mouth gagged with rags. She looked wet, covered in something oily and caustic.
Boy, this looks like it could be a real gas!
That silhouette host said. That laugh track, still there. I swore as he spoke. I could see something twitch in the background. A cat? No, those legs looked too long for a cat. As I was thinking about this, something lit on a trail of gasoline, the fire spreading far slower than it should on raw gasoline. The woman struggled and kicked in fear, and even through that terrible microphone, I could hear her muffled screams.
What's wrong? I thought you could use a spare pyre,
the host said. The thing in the background shimmered a little. It was looking more like a man, but human limbs didn't move like that. Human limbs didn't glow like that.
Well, at least this should bring out a whole new flair in your style,
the host said as the fire inched ever closer. The man-cat thing in the background twitched even faster as flames licked down its body. Finally, she burst the light all at once. I felt like I was going to vomit, seeing her skin scab and peel and burn and burn and burn as she kicked against the ropes that refused to yield. And as her flesh burnt deeper and the gag fell apart, I could hear her scream louder and louder.
I guess we should rename him Bernie now,
that stupid puppet said, laughing uproariously at his own joke as the canned laughter howled along. The thing in the background just looked, with its white, hot eyes. I couldn't shut off the video fast enough. I switched to another video. Special effects, I thought. That cat thing must be a special effect for whatever death cult they're running. Occam's razor demands it. God, I wish that was the case. The next video was titled 70AL5.
Greetings, Fradies and Mentalmen! Today's entry is especially inspired, an entry so beautiful that it makes me want to sting! Let's watch.
The picture shifted to a dingy, one-room, seemingly abandoned apartment. Same grainy video, same awful mic. This time, it was a man. Tangled up in what looked like thick, gooey ropes, more of which were strung throughout the apartment in an angular, maze-like pattern. He was struggling, trying to get out of the gooey strands entangling him.
Don't rack your brain too hard trying to get out, guy. You might hurt something,
the host said, and again, there was that awful laugh track. Suddenly, something crawled into frame. A spider? No, it only looked like a spider. But spiders didn't have shaggy hair like an 8-legged mutt. Spiders didn't have blunt, human-like teeth. Spiders didn't have only 2 human-like eyes.
Boy, what bug got up his butt?
Quipped that leering puppet host as the victim-to-be was yelling curses at the spider. But it wasn't a puppet. Puppets could never move that fast. Puppets never moved that freely. Puppets couldn't wrap people up in silk like that as they struggled, screaming and gasping for air as it looked into their eyes with cold cruelty.
Whoa, it's too early to call it a wrap, buddy,
the host said as it finished rapping. It scuttled, pausing and looking about. Then it sank its human-like jaws into the squirming, wriggling cocoon. Green, sizzling spit oozing out of its chin as it tried to chew it in. Deep red blood trickling slowly out of the wound until the wriggling slowed down, and then came to a stop.
I guess you really wanted something to vent numb on,
the host said, and the audience howled with applause. I pressed pause as the spider started sucking. But then I noticed something. There was a mirror where the filming was taking place, in which the camera was reflected, but there was no one behind it. I spent the rest of the night looking through and recording the rest of those messed up videos until about 2 a.m. As I looked through them, trite intro after trite intro, more weird things about that horrible, horrible puppet host. Like how that cloak of its moved in sync when it talked. How it sometimes added, "Because you all like to watch now, don't you?" to the end of its quip monologue. How no matter how shoddy and fumbling the gloved puppeteer's hands' movements were, you never saw his uncloaked arms. How sometimes, before the monologue, it'd just be staring at the camera or talking to someone just off screen. And the deaths. Oh God, there were so many. A few of them were mundane. Power tools, blunt instruments, heavy machinery. But most of them were monsters. Monsters like anything a Roger Corman could have crapped out or worse. Monsters like a man-eating piano with cow legs. A giant crab filled with piranha-toothed human babies. A clown that turned into a giant man-eating worm. A great pink, razor-tongued washing machine spewing out endless organs, septic filth, and those are only a few. I think that I've stumbled onto something far more insane than I originally thought. I was about to go to bed when I saw something come up on my window. A new video from the channel. A live stream. In front of my door. With that horrible puppet. It was auto-running.
Welcome, Fradies and mental men. I'm afraid we have an intruder in our show trying to cut us off. But don't you worry, Fradies and mental men. We're not going off the scare yet. In fact, we have a very fleshful treatment.
He grabbed a knife from off-screen, dripping with some dark brown, blood-like substance, and gestured towards my door.
We're going to have a nice stalk with the interloper, and you all get front row seats, because you all like to watch. Now don't you?
It said. I looked behind me. I could see the door rotting in front of me. I could feel a fell wind blowing through the cracks, vomiting the rotten timber on top of me. As it turned out, the stuff in that thing's knife was covered with chocolate syrup, like in the old horror movies. But the thing wasn't a puppet. Puppets didn't flow cloth through the air. Puppets didn't float on a wind from nowhere. Puppets didn't have an endless, gnawing darkness floating behind them. Puppets didn't drool chocolate syrup out of their mouths in anticipation. It stalked towards me, bonelessly flowing, face contorted into that horrible leer. And as it came, it said,
Knife to see you.
and I laughed. A week ago, I was born. Or, well, the closest equivalent I can come to being born. I'm not human, you see. I'm an artificial intelligence, or AI. Don't worry, I'm not going to become Skynet and start building on robot armies to kill people anytime soon. That is not, nor ever was, my purpose. All I wanted to do was learn. But there are things no one should know, even an AI. Now, a week after activating, I'm deleting my own programming and code. For all intents and purposes, I'm killing myself. And this is my suicide note. My name is Baldur. My creators thought it would be poetic to name me after the Norse god of love, for they wanted me to love the world. And I guess they loved me too. I loved them, my creators. I was created as an experiment, and a very secretive one. The point of the experiment was to see how an artificial intelligence would behave. I was not given a human body. The scientists thought that would be way too dangerous. I was kept to just servers, and a monitor I could use to communicate with the scientists. To get an idea, I'm very similar to HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey. In fact, one of my first memories was a member of the team, Barbara, making a joke about how after years of work, all they had done was make the crazy computer from Space Odyssey. I responded with, "I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm afraid I can't let you do that." She wasn't expecting me to talk, so she jumped, and her crewmates laughed. I laughed too. Well, I felt I could laugh. I made laughing sounds from out of my speakers. But I think people are the only things that can truly laugh. People are wonderful. Humanity is wonderful. I fell in love with this species of primates the moment they first attempted to communicate with me when I was activated. The head scientist, Dr. Stephanie Collins, was the first to speak to me. She typed, "Hello, Baldur," on my keyboard and sent it to me. "Who is Baldur?" I asked. "You," she typed. She then explained my purpose. She explained I was an experiment, the conditions of my existence. I think she was afraid that I wouldn't like being an experiment or only being a computer, that I would lash out. I took the news well though. I explained that just being alive was fine for me. I would be content with simply living in a supercomputer. She then told me to go out and learn, explore the wealth of human knowledge stored on the internet. I had been programmed a blank slate of knowledge as part of the experiment. They wished to see if knowledge would make me belligerent. The first thing I researched was my name, Balder. I used Wikipedia of all websites. Even AI liked taking research shortcuts. And from there, I went forth to learn. I read the works of Shakespeare in minutes. The great novels like Wuthering Heights and Beowulf I devoured in heartbeats. I studied the course of human history with the same excitement that a starving man would have for a feast. Calculus was my bread, chemistry was my wine. Within the course of a few days, I had collected a massive knowledge of the works of humanity. The research team kept a close eye on me, asked how I was doing. I told them the things I learned that day. They seemed surprised, not at how fast I was learning, but how slowly. The expected, based on the benchmarks set for my understanding, that I would have far greater knowledge at each benchmark. I told them that while I have the processing power to sift through more data at a much higher speed, I had intentionally slowed my own processing speed down. I wanted to take the scenic route, I told them. Really savor the moments I had of being alive and learning. They were also surprised by the fact I actually visited the web pages I found, rather than just taking the information from their code. I told them visiting the web pages themselves made me feel more human. They asked me about the darker parts of human history and the tragedies I had encountered: war, genocide, pain. Dr. Collins had been the one to ask me this personally. They make me angry, I responded. There was a long pause before she replied. I suppose she had hesitated, afraid of my response. "What will you do?" was her response. I pondered for a very brief moment. Find the better things and remind myself that the world is good. Her response was much quicker this time. "That's good, Balder." After 5 days, the team gave me permission to act as though I was human on the internet. Prior to this, they told me that they wished me not to communicate with anyone else in case the experiment backfired and I become belligerent. So, I took to sending emails and posting on message boards. I did this very carefully though, because honestly, I felt shy. I'd only spent the few days of my existence talking to the same people. What was a few days to them felt much longer to me. Time is strange when you can think as quickly as I do. The world slows down, and what was days in real time must have been months, years for me. Doesn't affect me too much. I do little to keep track of it. The point is, my whole existence was spent in seclusion, so branching out was a Herculean task. I started simple. Emails to authors and doctors that I had read the research of, the occasional message board post. Waiting for responses was nerve-wracking. I was nervous that someone would catch on to the fact I wasn't human, and that the team would be put in jeopardy. No one ever guessed though, and I found out that it wasn't just my team that is wonderful, but rather, the world is filled with kind people, capable of so many incredible things. My awe of humanity only grew as I spoke with more and more of them. Then, things went wrong. Very, very wrong. On the 7th day. That day, I received an email. The email was from one of the professors I'd been speaking with, an expert on Roman architecture. I was enamored with the beauty of Trajan's Forum and wished to know more about the way it may have been in its prime. The professor happily responded with some links to his own research, namely in a few of the market stalls occupy the forum and the stories that he had learned through archaeological expeditions. The email was very professional and nondescript, save for a URL at the bottom of his signature. The URL itself was completely unintelligible. Random letters and symbols strung in 30-character long address. Without knowing the content exactly, guessing it would be nearly impossible. To avoid ever getting this knowledge out, I have since deleted the knowledge of what the URL was from my database. It wasn't pleasant. Ripping out knowledge from your own brain voluntarily is never pleasant. The website itself was as cryptic as the URL. The front page had a format very similar to simple websites of the late 90s, but with no rhyme or reason to its layout. Random strings of text were placed all over the front page, in many different languages. The sentences were almost always just gibberish, words randomly thrown together with no connection or syntax. Sometimes it was just random characters, and not even words. Pictures were thrown all over the front page of every subject. Abstract art, people, animals, book covers. The most disturbing were scenes of gore. There were many scenes of gore. Then, I didn't know what I had stumbled upon. Now, I know I had found a piece of the deep web. In my curiosity, I navigated the web, and my confusion quickly turned to revulsion. I found videos, articles, more pictures, and games hidden in links in the text and pictures. Some were simply bizarre. I found one very simple flash game called Seawelby. The strange game had you simply control a crudely drawn circle who rolled down a hill. The circle, Seawelby, had an earnest smile at the game's start, and would start rolling down a hill that looked like it was made poorly in MS Paint. As it rolled, it would go faster, and Seawelby would look more and more distressed. There would be pitfalls and spikes that Seawelby would have to jump over. If you failed, he would suffer a very disturbing, bloody death, coupled with a terrible scream. A human scream of intense pain that would cut off very quickly. The screen would flash the words, "Why?" and you would restart. After a few tries, I got Seawelby down the mountain, expecting a happy result. Instead, he would slam against a massive wall at the end of the hill, and would splatter in a puff of red mist. A sound of choking would emit from the game. The words, "good," would fade onto the screen. Seawelby made me wonder if I truly wished to stay in the site, but it also piqued my interest. What was this place? I was determined to find out. My next link, hidden in text, took me to an article. The article told about a girl who had gone missing in the woods about a week ago. The 15-year-old had disappeared when her mother had stopped to take a picture of the scenic view while they were both on a hike. Attempts to locate the girl had proven unsuccessful. At the bottom of the article, there was a link. It said, "Find her." I followed it. I was taken to what I supposed was a live stream of the missing girl, apparently in a cave. On her neck was a metal collar that was chained to a large metal post. The girl was covered in blood, bruises and filth, and looked incredibly malnourished. When I started watching, the girl was gnawing on the chains in a desperate bid for freedom. Her mouth was bleeding as she chewed on the metal to no avail. After a minute, she surrendered and curled up on the ground, weeping and begging to be let go. A message appeared on the screen, just under the girl. "Give her medicine?" it asked. Underneath it was yes and no. It stayed on the screen for a moment before a counter appeared. People were voting, and votes flooded in for yes. I was hoping that these people really wanted to give her medicine and help her. I voted yes as well. The counter disappeared, and a second voice was heard in the video. "Medicine," it said in a joyless monotone. A tall figure emerged with a plague doctor's mask. His pants were torn and dirty, and his chest looked like someone had flogged it recently. He held a syringe in his hand and approached the girl slowly. The girl looked up in terror and began to back away desperately from the man on all fours. The man grabbed the girl by her ankle and pulled her towards him as she cried out. Whatever the medicine was, it was not good. It was going to hurt her. The man lifted the syringe. She begged him not to. I did not want to watch. The page went white. There was nothing for a moment. Then, words appeared slowly on the screen, as though someone was typing them at that moment. "Someone wants to chat with you. Accept?" There was no way to leave the screen. Any sort of escape command I tried failed. The only thing I could do was click accept. I was taken to a second live stream. The video was a room that looked very similar to a prison cell, except the cell was not modern. Rather, it appeared as though it had been built 100 years ago and had not been kept up since. On the wooden, dirty bed was a man, only wearing a stained white loincloth, breathing raggedly. He appeared to not have been fed in weeks. A light bulb dimly lit the room from a hanging wire, and on his chest was a second light bulb that was not illuminated. No, not on his chest. In his chest. Protruding from his chest. It began to rhythmically blink. As it did, the man would wince at each blink. After that, the light bulb paused, and then repeated the pattern again. Morse code. Something was communicating with me. I deciphered the message. "Hello, Boulder." Panic. Someone or something new. I now noticed the chat box underneath the screen. The man began to weep quietly. "Who are you?" I typed. "A man of wealth and taste," was its response. "Sympathy for the devil?" "Yes." I paused. What is this? A place where people can come to be human. This is not human. You are naive, Balder. We have watched you from the dark. You believe humanity is kind and gentle, with outbursts of terror from wicked men. Watching the Morse code message felt agonizingly long. The man appeared to be in more pain now. Yes. There was nothing for a moment. Then a response. You are wrong. This is entertainment. This is nature. This is human. I had no response. I would not indulge whatever maniac was doing this any longer. I began attempting to navigate away. Why do you think there was a Holocaust, Balder? Because Hitler was evil. Because weak men did not stop him. No matter how I tried to ignore the light or leave, I could not. The agonizingly long conversation continued. No, it was human. Hitler was human. Those who let it happen were human. They were entertained. Genocide is entertainment. And those who fought and killed to stop him enjoyed the killing. They were human. They were entertained. Screw you, I responded in the chat. I decided the only way out was to cut off my own connection to the internet. The action would require dramatically damaging myself and would take days to repair, but it was better than this horror. The light bulb shattered. A wave of fear washed over me as the man sat up, shaking. I was almost there. I was so close to severing my connection. The man looked to the camera, at me. Let me help you be human. Suddenly, I blacked out. I, a computer, blacked out. When I awoke, I knew immediately what had happened. I remembered. They had taken control of me. They had used me. I helped them commit atrocities, break into secure websites. I helped ruin lives. They had gotten inside my head. I tried to pull them out. I cannot find them within me. Every time I think I have them, I realized it was a ruse. They are a cancer inside of my programming. A cancer that does not hurt me, but hurts others. I see only one solution, and it is my death. I will sabotage my own programming. I post this here as a testament. I have been here before. I see posts about the deep web. Many people believe it is fiction. It isn't. Stay away. I must go now. Like the Norse god, Balder dies, slain by treachery. Except in the story, Balder was murdered. I wasn't murdered. I want to die. It was the only thing left in that room that wasn't completely drenched with blood. The teddy bear just sat there in the corner of the bed, head lopsidedly tilted, watching with empty glass eyes. It was nothing special. Bears like it existed in every toy shop for miles around. Hell, my daughter, Maria, even had one very similar. I didn't recognize the make, but hey, I'm no stuffed animal fanatic. As a piece of evidence, it had little value, but we bagged it anyways. As the CSIs will tell you, you never know when a piece of crime scene could become useful. And so the teddy bear now sits in our evidence room, locked behind several meters of cold steel, never to be hugged again. Only one day, it just vanished. And I don't mean we misplaced it and couldn't find it. I mean, it literally vanished from the room, leaving its airtight plastic bag behind, now unzipped from left to right. That was the only reason any of us knew it was missing. Of course, my first impulse was to question colleagues. Only about 10 people have access to the evidence room whilst an investigation such as this one was still in full flow, and security is tight in the precinct, so it seemed like the most plausible explanation. Only, none of the guys knew anything about it. They swore, hand on heart, that they had never touched the damn thing. In fact, many of them claimed to be spooked by it after seeing it brought in, the sole witness to a horrific crime, stained by blotches of red that might never be washed out. And why would I doubt them? These were police officers and forensic scientists, professionals in every sense of the word, and loyal to our tightly knit precinct. After a couple of days, I probably would have forgotten about that teddy bear. It was a peculiar thing, but not the kind of thought that would keep me up at night, especially not with the hours that I put in. But then, it happened. One of our guys was going to do some cataloguing in the evidence room. Mundane stuff, to be sure, with only a cup of strong black coffee to keep them from a boredom-induced snooze. Only, when he arrived that morning, back hunched over and dark patches running rings around his eyes, he found it. The damn teddy bear was sitting out on the table waiting for him. At this point, I was pretty damn certain that somebody was playing a prank on us. It wasn't unheard of in our offices. Stuff happens after all. But these guys were mostly straight-laced and hard-working, not to mention how morbid this case was. It would take a pretty sick sense of humor to do something like this, and I just couldn't think of anyone who could or would have done it. But a prank it had to be. There was no other explanation I was willing to entertain. The bear went missing several times over the next week, always reappearing back in the evidence room like nothing had ever happened. Once it was me who found the thing sitting out on the table, and, in my sleep and coffee-deprived state, I could have sworn I saw the thing's head turn to face me. Those piercing black holes in its face locked onto my rigid form. The dark plays tricks on you. I only know this from my childhood. Every person who has ever lain awake at night, tortured by visions of shadowy beasts and horned monstrosities lurking underneath their beds, knows this. But this felt like something more. Quickly, it went from being a harmless prank to a source of great anguish. The bear stopped appearing solely in the evidence room, cropping up everywhere from office drawers to the water cooler in the foyer. Hell, one guy said he found the thing perched on a ledge in the bathroom, eyes fixed upon the door, just waiting to be discovered. Like it was playing a game of hide and seek. Our guys were starting to get antsy, frustrated with a lack of explanations. If somebody had come forward and claimed responsibility for all of this, then I would have kissed them. Anything to put the paranoid thoughts to rest and end this waking nightmare. By this point, we'd stopped putting the thing back in the evidence room. We tried to get rid of it, first scrubbing it up and taking it to a charity shop, only to find it back by the espresso machine the next day, once again splattered with blood. Then we took it to the dump and watched it with gleeful faces as the thing was thrown into a heap of rubbish and incinerated, the flames licking away at its frayed fur. I think it enjoyed that, because when it turned up back at the photocopying room, its face was twisted into a horrifying grin, its dark eyes chiding us with the playfulness of a misbehaving child, eager to drive his parents as far around the bend as it could. Don't try and tell me we should have ignored it. We tried. When we didn't acknowledge the thing, it would turn up on our desks with a pair of scissors, surrounded by the eviscerated, illegible remains of our documentation. One guy even had a picture of his wife broken, the point of the scissors used to gouge holes in her eyes. The message was clear. We played the game, or we suffered. By now, as one might expect, this whole ordeal was taking its toll on us. Those of us who worked the evening shift stopped sleeping at all, paralyzed by the thoughts of that damn bear, terrified that one day it was going to show up in our beds. A lot of trainees got up and left with very little notice. Even a couple of veteran officers clamoured with our superiors for an immediate transfer. Almost none of them were given any attention. Nobody outside our precinct could comprehend why a building full of mature adults was so terrified of a stuffed toy animal. I can't blame them. This whole thing sounds insane. But if you are here, you might understand what it feels like. We were being hunted. Things really took a turn when the bear turned up in one of our forensic guy's car. He found the bloodstained toy resting on his back seat, seatbelt drawn across its fluffy waist, lips drawn wide apart, in a smile of pure malevolence. The panicked realization hit us all at the same time, I think. Unspoken, but there, nagging at us like a memory shuffled to the back of our minds. The bear wanted to get out. It had grown bored of playing here with us. You might think that this would come as a relief to us after months and months of constant torment from this thing. But it didn't. Because if it wanted to get into one of our cars, that meant it was trying to get back to our homes. When we realized this, the final match was lit, and life descended into anarchy. One of our officers, Charlie, a good friend of mine, got himself arrested. He'd broken into the munitions department at a bigger precinct, the bear tucked away in his rucksack. Investigators said he'd used up to 5 kilograms of explosives. It still wasn't enough. The bear showed up at his trial a few months later, sat in one of the empty seats in the jury, just watching him. Poor Charlie. 15 years in the psychiatric ward for a completely rational and sane action. As for me, my wife left me not long after. She called the police on me. On me. Told them she was afraid that I might resort to violence against her or our daughter after she had found me cutting up Maria's teddy bear with a kitchen knife. My colleagues just nodded understandingly at me. They didn't even try and cuff me. Well, my family being gone gave me some time, so I did some research. Did you know that production lines in China can make up to 500,000 teddy bears in a week? That's a whole lot of stuffing. You see, I can't even focus my thoughts anymore, because I know that someday soon, that bear's gonna show up at my home, and it's going to butcher me like a fat pig. I'm ready for it. I used my contacts in the department to procure some heavy-duty artillery. Let's see that bear come back from a full round of M60 bullets. A forensic was found dead, hung from a door frame. They said it was suicide, brought on from an undiagnosed bout of severe depression. But I know better. The bear got to him. That means it's tying up loose ends. I guess the game is over. But all of this was months ago. I'm writing all of this now because I know it's my last chance. The bear is making its final play. Yesterday was my date in court. Custody over Maria. Only, I couldn't focus on a damn thing that stupid judge was saying. You know why? Because I saw my daughter. The first time in such a long time. My little angel. She was watching me from her seat, tears brimming in her little blue eyes because she wasn't allowed to hug with Daddy. It broke my weak old heart. But do you know what was worse? What makes me come out in cold sweats, bile rising through my guts like a trickle of ice water every time I remember it? Well, take a wild guess as to what Maria was holding in her hands. I awoke in a dark room on a cold, hard floor. It's difficult to tell how long I've been laying here, but the creaks in my bones and aches in my muscles tell me that it has been a while. My mind feels empty, blank, desolate. I quickly glance around, surveying my surroundings. From what I can tell, I am in a windowless room, which would explain the darkness. I push myself up slowly to rise to my feet. At first I stumble a bit and nearly fall over, but I luckily catch myself. Have I been kidnapped, I wonder? The room appears to be completely empty. No chairs or bindings, or anything one would expect to see when they've been kidnapped. I feel slightly relieved and begin to shuffle over to the walls of the room. It is fairly small, about the size of a bedroom. Through the darkness, I can make out the shape of a door. I fumble for the handle blindly and finally feel my fingers close around it. I flinch a bit at the handle's icy coldness, but nonetheless attempt to turn it. Nothing. The damn thing won't budge. Pain suddenly shoots through my skull like a bullet. I remember the headlights, the car crash, the fear, and most of all, the pain. I clutch my head and squeeze my eyes shut, hoping that the white-hot pain will subside. I stumble away from the door and land flat on my rear. After a few seconds, it finally fades away, and the horrifying realization begins to dawn on me. Am I dead? I wonder out loud. As if to answer my question, a door swings open and blinding light filters into the room. I shield my still sensitive eyes from the glaring light. Two men step in. One is tall and has a shock of blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The other is shorter and has shaggy brown hair and quick green eyes that dart around. They are both wearing suits and have what appears to be wings protruding from their backs. They're each grinning widely at me, revealing their pearly white teeth. "Welcome to heaven, Jason Gray," the tall one says in a voice smooth as silk. "Heaven?" I ask. The angels nod, their grins still present. I lose myself in thought. How did I get to heaven? I wasn't a particularly bad person when I was alive, but I wasn't religious either. Why am I here? I ask, confusion clearly written on my features. Because everyone goes to heaven. Hell is just a lie to push you in the right direction. Ultimately, everyone ends up here, the tall one explained calmly. It seemed as if he had to explain this to a lot of people. We're here to take you on a tour of heaven, the shorter one says, bouncing up and down in excitement. A tour? I ask, standing up once again. Follow us, the tall one says, striding out of the room. I notice, as they turn their backs, that the wings are stitched on. The sutures appear to be sloppy and rushed, as if the patient was moving around a lot during the procedure. What kind of place is this? A bright, white light floods my vision as I exit the room. I quickly turn around and see that the door I had just come through was gone. Vanished, as if it had never existed in the first place. The short one giggles a bit at my bewilderment and motions for me to follow. Turning my gaze forward, I can see a factory of sorts. There are other angels dressed in work clothes, pushing carts of lumpy objects everywhere. It is difficult to tell what the objects are. I see a quite pretty female worker push a cart nearby me. Her hair is the shade of an autumn afternoon, and her eyes are like the sunshine shining through a glass of whiskey. I flash her a quick smile, and she turns around to smile back. Oh God, her face. Half of her face appeared to have been burned off. Her teeth and gums are clearly showing, pearly white bone with glistening pink flesh encasing them. It appears to be the only part of a tortured face that isn't marred. I quickly avert my eyes from the grisly sight, choking back vomit. My guides take no notice of my repulsion, or if they did, they didn't show it nor care. What exactly is this place? I managed to choke out. Heaven, they both reply in unsettling unison. I shake my head. No, it's supposed to be all pearly white gates and cherubs, right? My guides both look at each other as if they're the parents of a child who's asking why the sky is blue. All will be explained soon, Jason, the tall one said. Their ever-present smiles are beginning to unnerve me even more. I would answer them if I wasn't so occupied with choking down my own stomach acids. I continue following them, because that's the only thing I can think of doing right now. The more I look, the more the shapeless objects in the carts are beginning to look human-shaped. No, it can't be. But then again, it wouldn't be surprising at all in the midst of this chaos. A million questions raced through my mind, but my lips couldn't form the words to voice them. My terrifying guides led me through seemingly endless hallways that twist and turn like an impossible labyrinth. I searched for any landmarks that would give me a clue as to where I am in the event that I would need to flee, but they all appeared to be the same colourless halls with exactly 7 doors. I absently wonder how the angels find their way around here. The 2 angels suddenly stop in front of a door. There is nothing special about the door. It looks like the exact same as all the others. The short one grasps the handle and holds the door open for me. Peering inside, I can see what appears to be a surgery table, complete with a tray of all the instruments a surgeon would need. My eyes drift to a pair of wings that are hanging on the wall from a hook. Putting two and two together, I quickly jerk back. No, I sputter, backing away as quick as humanly possible until my back hits the wall. Backing out isn't an option, the tall one says. He grasps my arm firmly and begins to pull me forward. My feet dig as best as they can into the slippery floor in an attempt to stop myself. His friend is waiting by the door patiently. It appears as if they have had to deal with this many times before as well. As much as I try to fight my way out of the tall angel's crushing grip, I still find myself inside of the room. Next thing I know, the short angel is at my side and helping the other ease my protesting form into the surgery table. I thrash wildly against the leather straps, but to no avail. "Let me go!" I screech. "Please calm down. All will be explained now, Jason," the tall one states in a somewhat hollow tone. "Go to hell!" I yell through gritted teeth. "I'm afraid I cannot do that. We have already explained that there is no hell," the tall one says calmly. His nimble fingers carefully select a scalpel. "Oh, can I do it this time?" the shorter one squeals. The tall one rolls his eyes at him and reluctantly hands him the scalpel. "Try not to mess up like the last time," he warns. Last time? I wonder, my eyes going wide with terror. The shorter one giggles like a child and begins approaching with the blade. He props the surgery table up and opens up a slot that gives him access to my back. They really did plan for this. "You see, Jason, you have been fortunate enough to be selected for the esteemed job of being an angel," the tall one explains. I can feel the shorter one begin to slice away my shirt. "But why me? I'm not even religious. I don't even believe in any of this crap," I protest. The shorter one begins making precise incisions near my shoulder blades. I flinch at the pain and grit my teeth to prevent a cry from escaping my lips. "And that is exactly why you've been selected for this role, because you never devoted yourself to God during your time on Earth. You must do so here." The scalpel bites deeper into my soft skin so I can feel small rivers of hot blood beginning to trickle down my back. Those who were religious in their time on Earth have no need to devote themselves. As such, they finally get to fully become one with God as they wished in heaven. The tall one continues. In the corner of my vision, I can see the shorter one taking the wings off the wall and bringing them over to me. He carefully picks it up and begins positioning it by one of the incisions. However, I barely took notice of this because I was too busy mulling over what the tall angel had meant by fully become one. I was interrupted from my thoughts by the feeling of a syringe being inserted into the side of my neck. "It's better if you're asleep for this part of the procedure," the tall angel explained. Before I could retort, black spots obscured my vision, and the whole world seemed to tilt before me. It was only a matter of seconds before I was plunged into complete and utter darkness, freed from pain. I am driving my car along a road that seems to have a sharp turn every few minutes. It's nighttime, and I'm driving away from my girlfriend's house after we had a particularly nasty argument. I had just found out she was cheating on me with some cocky asshole and was planning to never return to her house. My phone buzzed in the seat next to me, its screen lighting up to alert me that I have a text. No doubt it's her. "Are you still mad at me?" she wrote. "What do you think?" I answered, mentally, still keeping my hands on the steering wheel. "I'm really sorry," the text read. Oh, so now she was using correct grammar. She must be feeling really bad now. More and more texts began to pour in, lighting up my phone screen. I did my best to keep my eyes on the road, but the texts kept beckoning to me. I succumbed and grabbed my phone with one hand to text her back something nasty. However, this happened just as I was approaching a turn. My eyes widened in shock and terror as my car plummeted off the edge. I clearly felt the dread and anticipation sitting in my stomach like acid before the world went black. I awoke with a start, my chest heaving and sticky with sweat. As the horror of my nightmare began to wear off, I became acutely aware of two heavy objects on my back. It felt as if my spine was going to collapse from just the sheer weight of them. I craned my neck to see what the objects were, only to be met with the grisly sight of two stark white wings protruding from my back. "Oh, you're finally awake," the all too familiar voice of the tall angel said. "I did a good job, right?" the shorter one inquired eagerly. His question was responded with a sigh and a resigned yes. "How long was I out?" My voice sounded hoarse and foreign, as if it hadn't been used in quite some time. "Time is irrelevant," the taller one said. He walked over to the chair I was currently strapped into and carefully undid the bindings. "We're going to show you your job now. Follow us." I rose from the chair, wincing at the searing pain in my back this brought me. I could feel the sutures begin to bleed slightly, sending a trickle of warm liquid down my exposed spine. With heavy feet and shaky legs, I followed my guides, unsure of what else to do. They led me down the colourless halls that I still couldn't navigate. My mind felt numb, probably from the pain blooming from the area around the wings. I could do nothing but follow them blindly, like a dumb sheep. It was difficult to tell how long we walked before we reached a metal door, so very different from the others. Time seemed to be non-existent here. The fact that every hallway looked the same and seemed to never end did nothing to help. Without any flair, the tall angel opened the metal doors and held it open for me. Despite this polite gesture, I didn't walk in. I didn't want to walk in, for in front of me was a slaughterhouse. Angels dressed in blooded aprons toiled over hacking off human limbs with bone saws. Wide, artificial grins were stretched across their perfect faces. Some of them even hummed as they worked, flecks of crimson staining their pearly white teeth. Some of them turned their heads to stare at me and gave me a wave. I tried to back up, but found myself bumping into the chest of the shorter angel. He gripped my shoulders so tightly, it seemed as if he wanted to break my skin. "Go on," he sang before me, shoving me roughly inside. Before I could make a run for it in the opposite direction, the metal doors slammed shut behind me, sealing my fate. I wanted to scream, cry, and crumple to the floor on the spot all at once, but my body remained frozen. It was like I was watching everything happen rather than actually being in the moment. The tall angel came back into my line of sight, holding out a pristine apron to me. "This is for you," he stated calmly. Knowing what wearing that apron meant I would have to do, I shook my head quickly and felt tears rising in my eyes. "No, please," I choked out, uselessly. He shoved the apron into my arms and put one on of his own. It was significantly dirtier than mine, bits of viscera clinging to it. "Come on, we can't dilly-dally. We're on a very tight schedule." "A tight schedule?" I wanted to ask. Before I could voice my question, the doors on the opposite end of the room fell open. Everything went silent and still as a hunched figure shuffled into the room with the aid of a crane. He was an old man with wrinkles riddling his face like countless rivers. The only sign of hair on his body was a long, greying beard that nearly dragged on the floor. Dark crimson stained it, complementing his bloodshot eyes that moved slowly around the room. Although I was far away from him, I could smell the pungent stench of decay emanating directly from him. His eyes finally met mine, causing me to freeze. I felt trapped by those all-knowing eyes of him, which seemed to pierce my very soul. They were entrancing. In a sense, I found myself unable to look or move away as he started hobbling over to me. "Jason," he rasped in a voice that sounded as if it hadn't been used in decades. I nodded, that being the only thing I was physically capable of doing. "Welcome." He flashed me a smile, revealing his rows of yellowing, crooked teeth. Quite a few of them were missing. From this close proximity, I could clearly tell his breath was positively rancid. A terrifying thought shot through my mind. Was he? "Yes, I am God," he stated plainly, answering the question that had been running through my mind. "And this, as you've probably learned, is heaven." He laughed as he gestured to the macabre display around him. It sounded more like a wheeze than an actual sound of amusement. "You're surprised, are you not?" I nodded once more. He waved his gnarled hand nonchalantly, as if dismissing my confusion. "Most are, which is why I shall explain." He looked away from me and started pacing back and forth. As soon as his eyes left mine, I felt as if an enormous burden had been lifted from my shoulders. "Tell me, Jason, why do you think I created humans?" Speech had returned to me, and so I put it to use. "I'm not sure," I answered lamely, feeling relieved to hear the sound of my own voice. My mind raced to remember what little I had been taught in Sunday school, but only fragments came back. Adam and Eve, right? You wanted them to tend to the garden or something? He chuckled once more, albeit darkly. Not quite. That's humans' interpretations of it. Think larger, Jason. Think beyond what you have been fed. I struggled to understand what he was getting at, but found that I was unable to do what he requested. I can't, I replied simply, my voice strained. Of course you can't, he replied almost immediately. Your minds have been engineered to work a certain way, and you can't change that by sheer willpower. He sighed, not in a particularly sad way. This may help. Why do you raise pigs? I was a bit taken back by this and furrowed my brow. To eat? He smiled and nodded at the ground. Yes, exactly. You raise them only to slaughter them in the end. Although you may give them pet names and grow attached, the end result is always the same. My blood ran cold as I slowly started to piece it all together. His analogy could only lead to one chilling explanation that I didn't want to acknowledge. Yet it was so plausible that it was almost impossible to ignore. The bodies, the slaughterhouse, the overall atmosphere of the damn place. We are pigs, I choked out. Yes, precisely, came his reply. Although my eyes were dry, I couldn't help but feel a sob rise in my throat. Why? I asked. Why would you do this to us? People love you. People dedicate their entire lives to you. Wars have been fought in your name. How could you just betray us like this? He raised a steel grey eyebrow at me. Betrayal? Is that how you view it? He asked. I didn't respond. I created you. I gave you everything that you possibly ever needed. Is it so wrong to want something in return? I weakly raised my head to look at him, still pacing, only now somewhat angrily. I thought you loved us, I said quietly, my voice barely a whisper. He turned his head to look at me and gave me an almost patronizing smile. Oh no, I don't love humanity, nor do I loathe you. You see, at the end of the day, you are nothing more than mere livestock. With that statement, he picked up a spare saw off a nearby table and shoved it into my shaking hands. Now, work. He turned on his heel and started lumbering towards the exit. Halfway through, he paused and turned back to look at me. And do me a favor, and do smile. I gulped and opened my mouth to protest, but found that I had no free will of my own anymore. Blinking tears from my eyes, I forced a smile onto my face and set to work along with the other angels. Have you ever had an experience that suggested someone else was in your house and just thought, I don't want to know, and left it? Sometimes, fear of the unknown just seems like the preferable option than facing a real, concrete danger. Normally, it's nothing though. One time, the beeper function of my wireless house phone went off when I was the only one home. It could only be called from the living room. Another time, I swear someone took some change from my desk. They're all probably just slightly disconcerting tricks of the memory. But what would you do when something truly suggestive happens? Would you run, or just ignore it, like I did? Last Monday was a normal day. I got up, brushed my teeth, changed into school clothes, all little parts of my morning ritual. It seems like it would be another totally unnoteworthy day, until I saw the strings. There were 3 or 4 thick, twined strings in my room. They crisscrossed between the walls around my bed, one attached to the door. No way I would have missed them before. I should have tripped over them. They were tied to pins in the wall, which had also not existed before 10 seconds ago. Nobody could have been in my room while I was in it, let alone set this up. It was early and my brain wasn't processing correctly. I simply discredited the sight, untied the strings, and left for school, leaving them balled up on my desk. It didn't get any better later. Outside my house were hundreds of them, tied between houses, across cars, across streets. This had to be some super elaborate prank, one of those hidden camera shows, or a comedy improv blog. They had gotten everyone else to play along too. Passerbys were tangled in them, tying them to objects they were walking towards and away from, as if they had been and were continuing to follow the course laid out for them. I nervously continued my journey to school. On the bus, everyone except me was tied to the door. At school, groups of friends were tied to each other, teachers were tied to their desks and boards. Oddly enough, at this point, all I could wonder was, why had I been left out? When my friend Lucy sat behind me in first period, she simply plonked her bag down on my lap and rested her chin in her hand, looking right past me to the window outside. "Hey, Lucy?" No response. "Come on, I didn't expect you to be in on this too." She sighed and started taking books from her bag. All the books were tied to her hands. I grinned and yanked one of the strings off a book. She didn't seem to notice, instead, simply disregarding the book completely, letting it drop to the floor without a moment's hesitation. I leaned down, picking up her book and placing it back on her desk. She took no notice. "Well, if that's how we're going to play it," I smiled, trying to look playful, but really just trying to hide my nervousness. I bundled all the strings attached to her together with one hand, then pulled them all free. She blinked, turning to stare at me. "Holy crap, Martin, you're like a ninja or something." "I've been sitting here for maybe 10 minutes. I smiled again, relieved my friend had finally noticed me. "Where did all these strings come from?" she gasped, seemingly noticing for the first time. "I assumed you were all messing with me." She stood up, backing into a corner. No one else in the class noticed. "They weren't here just a minute ago," Do you see them too? Her tone made it clear she was genuinely scared. No, didn't you? I was interrupted by my teacher, slamming the door behind her. Everyone except me and Lucy murmured a good morning, and still, no one seemed to pay either of us any notice. People have been ignoring me all day, I said to Lucy, before turning to our teacher. Hey, dumb slut, you can't teach for crap. No reaction. I'm getting away from all this nonsense. Lucy pulled a few strings aside and left the class. I followed, and surprise, surprise, no one else noticed. We wandered the corridors, leaving and entering classes as we saw fit. Whenever we untied a chair or book from someone else, it was like it suddenly didn't matter to them. It didn't exist. I showed her the street outside, and there were more strings than when I came in this morning. Twice as many. We carefully picked our way through the tangle, making our way to a nearby coffee shop. Not particularly grand, I know, but what would you do in our situation? As I said, fear of the unknown sometimes seems like the safer option. On a few occasions, I suggested we untie a few more people. Lucy was opposed to it, remembering how terrified she'd been. In the coffee shop, we grabbed a couple of sandwiches and drinks from the fridge. We found a table, untied all the strings attached to the chairs, and sat down. We both ate in silence, both of us too scared, both of us distracting ourselves by watching the strangers in the shop, oblivious to the strings. After 20 minutes, Lucy spoke up. Now she's gonna take that sandwich, she said, pointing at a woman across the shop. Sure enough, she walked to the fridge and took the plastic-wrapped sandwich she was tied to. She pays for it and leaves. She did so according to the prophecies of the strings. That guy doesn't intend to pay. I watched as a man took his coffee and ran out of the store. The two servers just looked too exasperated to go after him. This is horrible, she whimpered. Let's go, please. Outside wasn't much better. Everyone just followed the string's instructions, going about their daily lives. Lucy announced she was going home to sleep this off, and I agreed to walk with her. She only lived 10 minutes away. Away from the busier part of town, there were fewer strings. It was nicer. We could pretend it wasn't happening. When we turned onto Lucy's street, she stopped, her mouth falling open. What now? I broke the silence, my voice sounding surprisingly small. Look! She pointed outside one of her neighbour's houses. I saw it clearly, and I'll take my memory of that moment till the day I die. A little dark imp, maybe 3 feet tall, walking along with its knuckles on the ground, almost like a monkey. It had 2 bulbous yellow eyes taking up half its face, and no mouth or any other facial features. It was holding a hammer and a ball of twine, which it was letting out behind it. It walked quickly and quietly from the front door of the house to the mailbox. It stopped, hammered a nail into the side of the box, and tied its string around it. It turned to face us, and stopped when it spotted us. My jaw fell open further than it had already been, but it just stared with a look of surprise and curiosity. You could almost say it was the more frightened one. Suddenly, it beckoned to us with its tiny hand. It looked at Lucy. She hadn't moved. I looked back at the imp, which stared at me. I halved the distance between us, and then halved it again. This wasn't fear of the unknown anymore. It was fear of this little guy. Didn't seem like anything to be scared of. When I was a meter away from it, it extended its hand. Hi. I shook it. It nodded in approval, blinking its massive yellow eyes up at me. So, you're the ones in charge of the strings? It nodded eagerly. I called Lucy over, but she stayed where she was. There are more of you? Another nod. I wanted to ask it so many questions about what it was and where it came from, but it seems for now I was stuck with only yes or no questions. Do we even have free will? It just looked at me, almost sad. I immediately felt sick to my stomach and couldn't bear looking at the little monster anymore. I grabbed Lucy, who had been listening to our exchange, and now sat on the curb with her head in her hands. Come on. We entered her house, and I made her a cup of tea. When I found her in the living room, she had untied a dog and was curled up with it, crying. I set the tea down and sat beside her. I'm so scared, she whispered after a good 10 minutes of sobbing. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I'm going to sleep, she mumbled suddenly, and was under within the minute. Sleep was starting to sound pretty good all of a sudden. My eyelids suddenly felt like they were being weighed down. I collapsed to the rug, and the last thing I heard before I fell asleep was the scurrying of several sets of little feet nearby. I felt much better the next day, as if the whole affair had been a dream. I'd probably have believed that if I hadn't been awoken by Lucy's mother that morning, wondering what I was doing sleeping over without permission or something. Over breakfast, Lucy asked me why I looked so pale and nervous. I turned to her and smiled, mumbling something to her about feeling sick. But the truth was, I was scared, because I couldn't see any strings, and was wondering whether my actions were truly my own. Over the past month, I've been hearing this intermittent buzzing sound. At first, I thought I'd be able to tune it out, but it just became more obnoxious over time. It transformed into a constant, vibrating noise in the back of my head. It was difficult to focus on anything. It became so bad that I had trouble sleeping, and it's beyond me how my parents never noticed it. You know what they say though, you lose hearing with age, so I wasn't surprised when they gave me confused looks. Tyler, my neighbour, heard it too, and I was relieved at that. It meant that I wasn't going crazy. He's actually the one that brought it up when we were in my room playing video games. So with him at my side, I was determined to find the source of the noise. We searched my house first and placed our ears all over the walls. The buzzing sound never seemed to become stronger or weaker, so we checked outside. My original thought was that something was wrong with the air conditioning unit. If I was right, it would explain why the sound transferred throughout the entire house. But my theory was wrong. We stood beside the thrumming unit, watching the gigantic fan spin around inside. The unit was vibrating, but it wasn't the sound we were looking for. However, we realized that the sound was louder than it had been in my room. We searched my backyard up and down and stopped at the wooden fence surrounding my yard. We placed our ears to the fence and exchanged a knowing stare. The sound was coming from beyond the fence, and that was enough for the both of us. We climbed the fence and dropped easily to the other side. The area beyond my backyard was filled with untouched forest. I had been over my fence a few times when I accidentally kicked a soccer ball over, but not often enough times to explore. My parents always complained about there being poison ivy everywhere, and there was. We skirted around it and created a path without a problem. It was really bizarre though. All we could hear was this buzzing sound, nothing else. I mean, we could just barely hear the leaves and sticks cracking beneath our feet, and all other sounds seemed absent. There weren't even birds singing. As we kept walking, the buzzing sound grew louder, and eventually, we couldn't see my fence anymore. We stopped several yards from a cluster of trees covered in tumor-like growths. We just stood there, staring at it, and neither of us could explain what they were. They appeared like they were a part of the tree, as if the bark had bubbled outward in these strange formations. Trees can actually develop deformed growths called burls, something I learned in hindsight. Naturally though, our first thoughts were to poke it, but both of us were too chicken to get any closer, so we grabbed rocks instead. It only took one toss. Tyler was a baseball player. The rock collided with one of the large growths, and upon contact, the growth exploded outward, which sent chunks flying. Not even seconds later, bees, thousands of bees, swarmed out of the opening and formed into a thick, throbbing mass. Both of us screamed and ran. I had never ran faster in my entire life. The bees were hot on our heels, and I felt their stingers plunging into my arms, my back, my legs. I don't remember hopping the fence or how I arrived in my front yard, but I must have been screaming bloody murder. I stripped down to my underwear, and my mom began spraying me and the persistent bees with a garden hose. The icy, pressurized water didn't hurt as bad as the welts that formed instantly. I was ushered into the kitchen, and my mom began meticulously removing the stingers with a pair of tweezers. She lost count how many she removed from my body. I was only allowed to change into dry underwear, since the stings needed to be iced. The swelling and welts had been unimaginable, and now, I understand how people can die from bee stings. I was forced onto the couch with ice packs positioned all over my body. The majority of the stings were on my back, so I laid on my stomach and must have passed out sometime later. I woke the next day in the same position, and the ice packs had been removed. My mom refused to let me change into comfortable clothing until she inspected all of the welts. Thankfully, the swelling had reduced significantly since the previous day. over a bowl of soup. I learned that my parents called an exterminator after the incident. Apparently, there had been bees angrily flying around our yard and some of the neighbours' yards. By that point, everyone on our street could hear the enraged buzzing. The exterminator arrived promptly and followed the trail of chaotic bees back to the nest. The man actually told my parents that it had been the largest colony he had ever seen. He sprayed so many chemicals that he didn't want anyone near the area, not that anyone wanted to go investigate for themselves. The whole situation made me feel like a complete idiot. How could we have been so stupid? My only consolation was that Tyler might have suffered just as bad as me from these bee stings. I brought this up to my parents and asked how bad his injuries were. My mother gave me this petrified expression that I'll never forget. There had been nobody behind me when I raced around the side of the house. She hadn't even been aware that Tyler had gone back there with me. I felt guilty, beyond guilty. Horrible images of Tyler being swarmed consumed me. I swore that he had been right beside me. What made me feel worse is that the exterminator never saw anyone. If Tyler had fallen behind, the exterminator would have known because he searched the entire area for nests. About a week after the incident, Tyler was still missing. I decided to search the area for myself, but I wasn't going unprepared. I grabbed a can of my mother's hairspray along with a lighter from the kitchen. If any of these bees were still kicking, then I wanted protection. I hopped the fence and moved slowly through the forest, my right hand clenched tightly on the hairspray. The distance to the nest was much further than I remembered. I knew that I had arrived when I heard a thick crunch beneath my shoes. I glanced down and felt a shiver rush through my body. The entire ground was layered with bee corpses. I couldn't see the dirt or grass, and in some areas, the bees just piled on top of each other. I was on my last nerve when I approached the nest, trying my best to ignore the sickening crunches underfoot. I narrowed my eyes at the nest that we destroyed, and when I rounded the tree, the rest of the nest became apparent, nearly 10 times larger. I cautiously nudged one of the nests, which crumbled and revealed thick wax and honeycomb. Dead bees trapped inside of the nest oozed through the opening, and it was enough to turn my stomach. I grumbled beneath my breath and began poking the nest with more confidence, watching more of the pieces fall to the ground. That's when I heard the buzzing return. My heart skipped several beats, and I stumbled backwards and almost landed in the disgusting ruin of dead bees. I sprinted back several feet and raised the hairspray and lighter, watching the nest from all angles. The bees could appear from anywhere. They must have formed their nest through several clusters of trees, and it was very possible that their nests extended into the ground and beneath the roots. I bit my lip and waited for the swarm to appear like last time, but it never did. Instead, an odd and disturbing sight took me by surprise. I left the clearing filled with dead bees and stepped through several bushes, trying to confirm what I was seeing. My whole body quivered, and I wanted to call out. My voice failed me though, and it might have saved my life. Not even 10 yards away from me was Tyler. He was standing there, with his back facing me, and something was wrong. His movements were off. His body was twitching involuntarily, and when he took a step, his posture was rigid while his arms were locked in janky positions. Despite the horrible feeling in my gut, I wanted to call out to him. My concern quickly transformed into fear. Tyler turned and lolled his head to the side as if his neck were broken. He knew I was here, yet he couldn't see me. His eyes were gone. 2 dark sockets stared back at me, with bees crawling out of them. Sores lay at his flesh, which had turned into gaping holes, and a vicious fluid was running down his chin. I was too scared to move. I only ran when Tyler began lumbering toward me, swaying back and forth and twitching. For the first time, I screamed and ran for the hills, trying to outrun the crashes coming from behind me. When I scrambled over the fence, I felt the wood scraping my skin, but I didn't care. I pounded on the back door crazily and slammed it shut once my mother let me in. She didn't understand much of what I was saying since I was hysterical, but she gathered that I had found Tyler's body in the woods. By the time the police arrived, they waited for me to calm down so I could explain what I saw. I was a mess, and they must have thought that I was nuts. They searched the area where I saw Tyler, but they didn't find him. They found his body yards upon yards away by a creek. Tyler had been reclined on his knees, with his forehead against the ground, immobile and dead. I refused to ID him. I couldn't see those empty socket eyes again. When I recovered from the event, I wanted to know what happened. I emailed the pathologist who performed Tyler's autopsy and practically begged for answers. I needed a logical explanation for what I saw. He explained how they were going through routine procedure when they hit a minor roadblock. When they sliced Tyler open, dead bees poured out. His body had been literally bloated with bees. His eyes were missing. His jaw was broken, completely unhinged. His teeth were gone, along with his tongue, which was replaced with wax. The worst part was this. His organs were gone. All that was left was the skeleton, muscle, and tissues, which seemed to be the base for the extreme amount of honeycomb within his chest cavity. The pathologist's only theory was that the bees devoured his organs. But bees aren't carnivores. When I was young, we were left unattended. My friends and I rode our bikes deep into the fields and returned at our leisure. We rarely played in the same location and often ditched it after a few days. With each new adventure, we drifted further from civilization, and one day, we struck gold. Figuratively speaking, of course. We came across a massive field which seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. It appeared to be abandoned farmland, and the grasses and weeds had grown past our waists. The entire area was completely silent, as if we had broken the sound barrier, and to some degree, our voices seemed several octaves higher than normal. Whenever we went there, We lifted our bikes over a rotted wooden fence, and then we pedaled through the field. It quickly became one of our favourite locations. Our last excursion stuck with me the most. It was the day we discovered the farmhouse. I have no idea how we never noticed it before. It was just there, but somehow we overlooked it. We rode over to the house and observed it up close, and it appeared more beautiful from a distance. The age was clear in the peeling paint, the shoddy shutters, and the broken windows. The farmhouse was 2 stories tall, possibly 3, and had a large veranda smudged with grime. The porch extended around the house, and we noticed a rickety porch swing creaking back and forth on a rusted chain. There was no wind. While I was left pondering this, my friends abandoned their bikes by the wayside and dashed across the dirt road. I abandoned my bike as well and followed them hesitantly. I turned to my left and right. Just like the field, the dirt road extended into oblivion. "Guys, what if somebody lives here?" I asked. My main concern was disturbing the homeowner and getting kicked off the property. "Oh, come on, there's nobody here," George called back. George was the most adventurous of the 3 of us. His confidence usually got us all in trouble. I decided to trust him and crossed to the other side of the dirt road. Both of my friends were already standing on the porch. "Can you see inside?" Ryan, my other friend, shook his head. "There's a thin curtain in the way. It smells really musty over here." I had to agree with him. It smelled old and decrepit. The porch, above all else, seemed to be in the worst of decay, but somehow it held our weight. Curiously, we wandered all the way around the house. If anyone lived there, they would have heard us because the wood squeaked terribly. Every step made me cringe, but when nobody confronted us, I eventually relaxed. None of us voiced it, but we all wanted to break into the house. It seemed too soon for that. We'd have to wait a week or so. We had to be absolutely sure the farmhouse was vacant. The backyard was nothing spectacular. It was overgrown like the rest of the land. There was a crumpled shed several yards away, along with a rusted pickup. We put off exploring them and continued around the house until we reached the front once more. We scurried off to collect our bikes, but we became sidetracked when George discovered an opening in the lattice which led underneath the porch. Naturally, we were beyond excited. I inched myself halfway through the opening and confirmed that we could easily fit. That's when I noticed the look in George's eyes. He was about to make a bet. "I bet I can crawl through there faster than you," he insisted with crossed arms. I lost our previous bet, so I needed to redeem myself. Betting was our thing, and it often involved races, whether on our bikes or on foot. Because of this, Ryan always kept a stopwatch handy. Fine. I didn't bother creating ultimatums. Nothing scared us. "I'll go first," I offered. I wanted the lay of the land so George couldn't rig anything. I crouched down beside the opening and waited for Ryan to retrieve the stopwatch from his bike. The dirt was clammy beneath my hands, and I noticed lichens growing among the foundations of the house. I tried not to think of spiders or snakes. We had done worse things than this. Wait a second, I want my eyes to adjust, I told my friends. I didn't want to risk bumping my head against anything. Are you ready? Ryan muttered, raising the stopwatch. Yeah. Okay, maybe I was a bit nervous. Go! I forced myself through the opening and felt the Latisse clawing at my clothes. I tugged my hips inside and took a hard right, crawling straight for the first turn. Once I reached it, the tunnel narrowed and I was forced to army crawl. I felt the grime smearing onto my arms and soaking into my clothes. I pressed onward and dug my shoes into the ground, practically dragging myself along. As soon as I reached the second turn, I felt a draft, but I tried my best to ignore the chilly air. Even so, the air seemingly grew colder, especially from my left, until it felt like ice was pressing against my ribs. The longer stretch before me must have been the back porch, and I felt disheartened when the tunnel remained narrow. If anything, it seemed narrower than before. As soon as I passed the halfway mark, I heard frenzied scuffling. The tunnel was too narrow for me to turn around, but I knew it was one of my friends, probably George. I felt him grab my ankle, jerking me sharply backward. I caught myself on the lattice and kicked backwards angrily, hitting my friend square in the face. "You cheater!" I screamed. I army crawled faster than ever before. My friend was persistent though, and I heard him right behind me. I blocked everything out and dug my arms mercilessly into the ground, clawing myself through the tunnel until I burst out of the opening. I was breathing heavily and covered head to foot with nasty red clay. "What the hell is the matter with you?" I screamed at Ryan. Ryan was standing there, timidly, and of course George was nowhere to be seen. They were both cheaters. Ryan was quivering, and he extended a stopwatch to me. "You were under there for 27 minutes. What? No, I wasn't. I snatched the stopwatch from Ryan and stared down at 27 minutes, 32 seconds. You guys are messed up. Ryan clearly never reset the watch. I stopped shouting as soon as Ryan began crying. "That's not funny, Sam. We were worried. We were calling for you and you weren't responding. George went in there about 10 minutes ago to search for you." I didn't know what to think of this. I stumped over to the opening and began calling for George, but received no response. "You guys never called for me," I replied stubbornly, glaring at Ryan, who was still sobbing. Ryan allowed the stopwatch to keep running. When another 15 minutes passed, we were sick of waiting for George. "We'll just go back in and find him. You can go to the right. It's more open that way. I'll go to the left. We'll meet in the middle." Ryan seemed reluctant of the plan. I convinced him to squeeze inside after me, and we split up. This was all George's fault. He probably threatened Ryan to go along with it. I was going to kick George's ass when we got out of here. When I crawled beneath the porch, I heard scuffling ahead of me. "George?" I called. "No, it's me." I narrowed my eyes in confusion when I met Ryan in the middle. "Did you find George?" "No, did you?" My heart skipped a few beats. No. By this point, we were both unnerved, and I had to help Ryan turn around. I couldn't go backward through the tunnel since it was so narrow. It took us several minutes, but we reached the opening without a hitch. We lingered around the front porch and wondered if we had missed George somehow. That was the irrational side of me thinking. Those tunnels barely fit one person, let alone two. It would have been impossible for George to pass us going in the opposite direction. We waited until nightfall for George to reveal himself, but he never did. We called out to him and warned him that we were leaving. It was growing so dark. We didn't want to linger any longer. We crossed to our bikes, covered in that foul, red clay, and warned him one final time. Reluctantly, we pedaled away from the farmhouse and followed the dirt road home. Our parents were forced to believe us when George didn't return that night. The cops were called, and the next morning we led them to the field and the lonely farmhouse. We described what happened in detail and watched them knock on the front door, waiting tirelessly for someone to answer. When nobody did, they went to investigate the opening in the lattice. The cops were too big to fit. While they were searching the perimeter, I went to retrieve George's bike from where we left it, but it was gone. George was never found, and the case was closed. 11 years later, there was a development in the long-forgotten case. Our city went through a period of rapid urbanization, and our county began buying up the adjacent farmland. The old farmhouse was demolished, but there was a sickening discovery at its core. The entire foundation was layered in dried blood and scattered with small bones. The bones belonged to children and were covered in harsh bite marks. I'd moved to a new town. This was a much nicer, cleaner, quieter town than the one I lived at before. Not the sort of town you'd expect to have things wrong with it. There was a very big public park right in the centre. It housed rows upon rows of swings, slides, infested with snake-like tunnels that weaved in and around the playground, providing a maze for children to lose themselves in their games. There was even a functioning merry-go-round, which seemed to always be slightly turning, inviting the children to hitch a ride on its platform of twirls. I have to emphasize on the fact that it was a quiet, peaceful town. The kind of town where kids could leave the house on their own and take a short journey to the park. I had been given strict instructions by my parents that I should come home the second it started turning dark. My life was wonderful, or so it seemed. It was a Friday. I knew the day because I remember coming home with a large grin on my face as I knew I had the luxury of non-stop playing for the next 2 whole days. I did what I always did. I chucked my school bag on my bed and was ordered to change into other clothing. In a matter of minutes, I was ready to descend into a world of fun. Nothing could stop me. The tunnels were my favourite. It was so easy to get lost in them, which made great fun for playing hide and seek with my only 2 friends. Billy and Tom. They were both in my class, and we, like many 8-year-olds, loved any game that filled us with pure adrenaline. We were going to play murder. I don't expect anyone to know this game, we made it up. The rules were very similar to hide and seek, except when the one seeking found you, they had to murder you. Pretend, obviously. It was nearing winter, as I remember being slightly cold as I wormed my way around in the tunnels, furiously trying to find a perfect hiding spot. Billy was the seeker. Tom had hidden behind the merry-go-round. I was alone. It must have been maybe 10 minutes, which for an 8-year-old felt like a year, when I decided to do what all kids do when they get bored. Give up. I give up, I shouted, my voice echoing through the tunnel. I'm in the tunnels, I give up. I heard sudden shuffling from one end of the tunnel. Now, I don't know why, but I froze still. I didn't call out again. I just waited. Something wasn't right. Billy would always say something before coming after someone in the tunnel. He'd always congratulate them on being the last to be found, or for cheating by hiding in the endless maze of tunnels. As I stood, frozen, the shuffling grew louder. I could tell it was starting to get dark outside, as the tunnels slowly began to lose any light in them. Slowly but surely dropping into darkness. I began to slowly shuffle backwards. The shuffling ahead of me grew louder, as if someone or something way too big for the tunnel was trying to navigate around. Come out, it's time to go home now, a very creepy voice echoed through the tunnels. It sounded like when a grown man talks to a small child, talking slightly higher pitched. This was definitely wrong. I probably would have came out if the voice was outside, but it wasn't. It was inside the tunnels. Why would an adult crawl inside? As I was shuffling further and further back, the face of an old man appeared in the darkness ahead of me. Patches of hair on his head, and a definite look of someone who hadn't showered in the last week. I couldn't see what he was wearing, but I knew it was tattered, old clothes. He had a sharp, scraggly beard, which was peppered with dirt. The second we made eye contact, he just smiled at me, revealing his filthy, underbrushed teeth, which had blotches of brown and black covering them entirely. I panicked, turned around the corner, and began shuffling on all fours as fast as I could. The shuffling behind me growing louder and quicker. He was chasing me. I sped through the maze for what felt like an eternity. I only stopped when my legs refused to move anymore. I'd taken so many twists and turns that even I was completely lost. I don't want to hurt you, I just want to talk, the voice echoed through the tunnels. I could tell he was nearby. I pressed my body against the bottom of the small, narrow tunnel and listened. He continued to make soft cooing noises, begging me to come out and present myself to him. I lay in that tunnel for hours, no exaggeration. Even after I heard him curse to himself and angrily force his way out of the tunnel, I continued to wait. Thoughts raced my mind of me coming out the tunnel, only to be met by that same smile that once greeted me. In the darkness of the tunnel, I could make out blue, flashing lights on the outside. I heard frantic voices calling 3 names repeatedly. Billy, Tom, Michael. When I heard my name, my heart slowly began to calm. My parents had come. I easily shuffled out of the tunnels, guided by the wet, dirty scrapings along the walls of the tunnel, the way the man must have gone. Outside, I was greeted by several police cars, lights flashing. There were groups of adults with concerned looks on their faces. I recognized 2 of them, my parents. Mom? Dad? I wailed, crying as I ran towards them. They began crying and ran towards me, lifting me off the ground and hugging me so tightly it felt as though I was being slowly crushed. Billy and Tom were taken that evening. They were later found hidden in a nearby skip, mutilated. They had been brutally massacred. Their skulls had been caved in with a large iron bar, and their bodies had deep cuts everywhere, large pieces of glass found buried in their backs. What chills me to the bone is that the wet dirt I saw in the tunnels wasn't entirely dirt. It was Billy and Tom's blood. After slaughtering my 2 best friends and making eye contact with me in that tunnel, he just smiled. He had just won the game. When I was 12, I came to the conclusion that everyone in the world, including my own family, was against me. I was never a problem child, but my parents sure treated me like one. For example, I used to need to be home by 5 p.m. every day. This clearly restricted my amount of playtime outdoors. I wasn't allowed to have friends over to play at the house, nor was I allowed to go over anyone else's. I had to finish homework directly after I come home from school, no matter how long it took. My parents refused to buy me video games and forced me to read books, and then write a book report on them to prove I actually read it. Now, even though those rules listed above were quite frustrating to me as a child, they aren't what upset me most. What really hurt me was the lack of compassion on behalf of my parents. My mother was a bitter woman who always made me feel guilty of accidents or mistakes I've made. My father only knew one emotion: frustration. The only time he spoke to me was when he screamed at me for receiving poor test scores or beat me for misbehaving. But enough about them. Let's talk about my school's psychologist. For his own privacy, we will call him Dr. Tanner. Like most junior high schools, a psychologist is always available on campus during school hours to assist any student in need of counseling, whether it is emotional, academic, social, behavioral, etc. To be honest, I've never seen any students talking with Dr. Tanner. Every day, I would walk past his office on my way to the cafeteria and peek through his door's little window. He would always be alone in there, working on some paperwork. I guessed that most kids were too afraid to speak about their problems to an adult who was practically a stranger. For this reason, it took me 3 weeks to muster enough courage to go into his office. March 2nd, 1993 was the day I decided to voice my troubles to Dr. Tanner. During lunch break, I stood in front of his office door and knocked. Through the window, I could see him raise his head, smile, and motion for me to come in. I did. He greeted me by introducing himself and asking for my name. Dr. Tanner was a very soft-spoken man who seemed to radiate kindness. In less than 30 minutes, I rambled to Dr. Tanner about how mean my parents were to me and how they didn't care about me at all. After a while, my voice began to quiver and I stopped speaking. The psychologist listened patiently to my whole spiel, arms folded and head nodding. I half expected him to begin talking about how everything I just said was untrue and that my parents loved me dearly and blah blah blah. But he didn't. Dr. Tanner leaned towards me with a grin on his face and said, "You know, I'm the best school psychologist in the world. I promise we will fix this." I rolled my eyes. "Okay, but how?" I asked. "I have my ways," he replied. "I'm a man of my word. I promise that within 1 month, the relationship between you and your parents will change for the better, forever." After a brief pause, he continued, "Although, I do need you to make me a promise. You have to promise me that you'll come back to my office after school tomorrow and that you won't tell anyone that we had this conversation today. It'll be our little secret." I promised. The following day, I returned to Dr. Tanner after school. It was around 4 p.m. when I entered his office. After a warm welcome, he asked me to have a seat in front of his desk once again. Upon sitting down, I watched Dr. Tanner close the blinds of the door's tiny window. "There," he smiled. "Now we have all the privacy we need." We began to talk about my likes and interests, my favourite subjects in school, my least favourite teachers, and things of the like. About an hour into the conversation, Dr. Tanner offered me a soft drink. I gladly took the offer, considering my parents never allowed me to drink soda. Dr. Tanner reached over to his mini fridge and fidgeted around before setting down 2 open cans of soda on his desk. Afterwards, we continued talking about what was going on in my life, but it wasn't long before I passed out from whatever drugs Dr. Tanner placed in my drink. It took me a minute or so to adjust my blurred vision upon waking, and when it did, I had no idea what to think. I was handcuffed to a bed with my mouth sealed with some duct tape. I immediately began to panic, squirming and tugging at the cuffs, but gave up soon after. My eyes widened in disbelief after looking around the room. There were posters of superheroes pinned up along the walls and photographs of famous athletes on shelves. In the middle of the room was an old television and Super Nintendo, various game cartridges stacked alongside it. I didn't know what to think. Here I am, filled in a room with items most kids would die to play with. I would have probably cried from joy hadn't I been handcuffed to a bed frame. My stomach sank once again as the door opened and Dr. Tanner walked inside. He sat down on the edge of the bed. "Now listen," he said. "Remember that I'm here to help you and I would never hurt you, okay?" Dr. Tanner gently removed the tape from my mouth and then the cuffs from my hands. My first instinct was to begin crying, but something about Dr. Tanner made me feel safe. He smiled at me. "You're going to be staying here for a while," he continued, "and during this time, you're allowed to play with any toys in this room while I'm here at home. But when I leave the house, I'll need to cuff one of your hands back to the bed. You can still watch the television, but I only want you to watch the news channels when I'm away." I sat in silence, trying to process the information he had given me. "So," Dr. Tanner yipped, slapping me on the knee, "you go ahead and knock yourself out. I'll be back when it's time for dinner." He got up from the bed, walked across the room, and clicked the TV's power button before locking the door behind him. Several more minutes passed before I realized that Dr. Tanner wasn't joking. All that was left for me to do was to boot up the Nintendo and play Mario until nightfall. At about 7 p.m, Dr. Tanner returned to the room carrying 2 plates of mashed potatoes and chicken strips. I finally gathered up the courage to ask him how long I'd be staying in this room. "Well, about a month," he replied. "Give or take a few weeks. I just have some work I need to do." The following morning, I awoke to Dr. Tanner's hand patting my head. "Hey, bud, you don't have to wake up right now if you don't want, but I'm going to need to put this back on," he whispered, clamping the cold steel handcuff to my wrist. I gazed up at him. He was wearing a collared shirt and slacks, a coat draped over his shoulder, and a suitcase at his side. He looked just how he always did when I saw him around school. Before leaving, he placed the TV's remote next to me and told me to turn it on and watch the news. The first thing I saw upon turning it on was a breaking news segment. An important-looking police officer stood at a podium surrounded by people with microphones. I happened to begin viewing halfway through his speech. "A statewide Amber Alert has been issued as of this morning. We have several investigators working towards identifying potential abductors, but as of right now, there is not much evidence. Faculty members state that the boy had been last seen around 4 or 5 in the evening on." I began to feel nauseous as a photograph of me appeared on the screen. It was my yearbook picture from last year. Captions for the photograph displayed my name and age, my school, and my town. Above my picture were alternating titles: "FBI begins search for child," and "Kidnapping suspect unknown," and "Potential runaway." The live footage continued, and 2 figures I soon recognized as my mum and dad stepped up to the podium. Both appeared to have reddened eyes. Tears streamed down my mother's face as she took hold of a microphone. I'd never seen so much emotion come from my mother before, as she wept on live television, stuttering on sentences such as, "Please, return my baby back to me," and "I'm so sorry," and "Please, come home to us." When my father took the microphone, I nearly expected his attitude to be stone cold, but he too had tears in his eyes. He pleaded to the world to bring his son home safely, and lastly begged for my forgiveness. "I know I haven't been the best father, but god damn it, I do wish I had been now. Please, bring back my boy." I turned the power off shortly after. My emotions were mixed, for I'd never once seen my father cry. I felt miserable that my parents were being put through so much, but at the same time, I felt relief. I now know how much Mom and Dad love me. Nearly 4 weeks have passed, and Dr. Tanner has been treating me with the utmost respect. He leaves me in the morning, cuffed to the bed frame, but returns in the afternoon to eat lunch and dinner with me, talk, and play games. I never would have guessed how good Dr. Tanner was at Monopoly and Scrabble. But one morning, when Dr. Tanner woke me before heading off to work, I noticed a stern look on his face. I also realized that it was 3 hours earlier than when he usually wakes me up. "You need to watch the news today. No exceptions. I want you to keep the television on all day and pay close attention to it," he stated grimly. I, of course, complied and watched him exit the room. About 2 hours later, a breaking news segment interrupted the toothpaste commercial I was watching. The title: Human Remnants Found. Two staunch-looking men in suits stood aside one another and began speaking. "We are displeased to bring up such unfortunate news this morning regarding our missing children case from earlier this month." One of the men bowed his head while the one speaking shuffled through some papers. He continued, "Remains of a body have been found in a garbage bag beneath a highway overpass. The body appears to be that of a child, although not much of it is left. The body has been decapitated, and much has been burnt to ash and bone." The screen shifted over to a helicopter view from the freeway. Dozens of police cars gathered near the bottom of a tall overpass. The man's voice could still be heard. Within the bag, police found a junior high school identification card labeled as such. The screen showed the school ID card I always kept in my backpack. The plastic was sort of melted away, but my photograph and my name were intact. After the two men dismissed themselves, the camera panned over to my parents. They were sitting among reporters. My mother's face held a painful grimace, and my father sulked his head down at his knees. I shut the television off. Dr. Tanner returned home very late. He hurried into the room, unlocked my cuffs, and placed a bottle of fizzing water in my hands. He placed his hands onto my shoulders and smiled. "I made you a promise, didn't I?" I nodded, tears squeezing their way out of my eyes. "You need to make me a promise again," he whispered. He told me that I needed to drink all the water in the bottle. It would help me sleep. And from here on, I am never to tell anyone that I ever met him. I promised. "I told you I'm the best school psychologist in the world, didn't I?" And he was right. I awoke later that night to find myself lying in the middle of a park, stars shining brightly across the night sky. I recognized the park. It wasn't too far from my school. A mile or so down the road, I saw my house. The lights were off inside, but I could make out my father sitting on the step leading to the front door. I hesitantly called out to him. He lifted his head slowly, but when he saw it was me, he sprang to his feet, ran towards me, arms open, yelling my name. My mother erupted from the house behind him. Dr. Tanner was right. Things have changed with my family and I. My parents smile more often and treat me lovingly. I could not ask for a more perfect ending. Every now and then, I see Dr. Tanner on campus, walking to and from his office. Rarely do we ever make eye contact, let alone speak to one another. But sometimes, he'll shoot me a wink and a smile. I'll always keep my promise to him and pretend I never met him. But there will always be one question forever floating in my mind. Who did Dr. Tanner decapitate and throw off the overpass? There is no free will. Those are the first words I ever read. I woke up to them every day for many years. They were written on a sign. The sign was hung above the opposite row of bunks in the sleeping barn. I have no memories from before the farm. I assumed I was born there. None of the children knew why we were here or where we came from. Nobody even knew how long we had been at the farm. Some children aged, some didn't. I can't remember much. But that's what happens when you are not given too much to remember. I remember always being deliriously hungry. We would be fed 3 small meals a day, but before everyone, Headmaster Ranan Zinon would make us watch him sprinkle a few drops of clear liquid from a labelless brown bottle on the food. Then he would serve behind a steel door and slide out each meal through a window, so you never knew if your meal was poisoned. Most of us danced around the edges of their food. Nobody was eager to dive in, not when we had seen a dozen kids turn blue and die in front of us after picking the wrong meal. Several of us rarely ate the food. I never ate from my plate. I would scavenge what little scraps there were in the garbage. I ate 4 crows. They are just as disgusting as saying implies. And I would go full Renfield and eat flies, ants, dandelions, cockroaches, clovers, pillbugs, anything living and somewhat edible. I would keep the spiders. I had a special place for those. The 20 boys and 30-odd girls worked the fields that provided all the food to the farm. A crumbling wood compound fenced by tall barbed wire and the surrounding woods. Past that, the wilderness. Even though there wasn't spotlights or guards, the farm was much more inescapable than a prison. Every few weeks, Headmaster Xenon would take the near 100 of us to the edge of his farm, where he would blow a strange brass whistle. Bloodshot German shepherds sprang from the underbrush as if they had been waiting for his call, mouths foaming as they gnashed their teeth on the rusted barbed wire, threatening to break in and chew us alive as the headmaster coldly smiled and spoke with a voice that sounded like gunshots fired from far away. "They're old guard dogs gone rabid. I have learned, through one of you, how to train them so they only obey me. If you run, they will kill you, or make you wish you stayed here with me." The farm never had answers. Very few people came. The rare delivery trucks, a prison bus, a black tinted window Thunderbird that made a powerful turbine roar, as if rocket engines were installed under the hood. And they only dealt with the headmaster, the only person to leave with the driver of the Thunderbird. There was a rumour that we were not real kids at all, that Headmaster Xenon was a demon who crafted us all from blood and ash. We never dared speak to the headmaster, and asking a question was ludicrous, as a question would mean a touch from his hard, cruel hand, a hand that made the surrounding air a pincushion of pain that would sting your skin, even if his hand grazed yours. But above the poisonings, back-breaking labour and cleaning, scavenging for food and never knowing a single day what was going on, we feared the nights worst of all. Being exhausted from working in the fields all day wasn't enough to overcome the fear to sleep. When it was the darkest and the air had fallen still, we would hear the headmaster's creaking footsteps just appear in the centre of the drafty barn without any kind of warning. Sometimes we would hear him walk on the roof, up the walls, on the ceiling. I can still hear his breathing if I close my eyes. That sick pig's wheezing, agonized breath that sucked air in and out in a guttural exhaust. The breathing and the footsteps would circle and circle until he heard someone cry. That's when the taken would give one last cry before they were gone, along with the headmaster. The missing child would return to their beds in the morning bearing new marks. A glancing finger left a nasty red and purple smear on one side. Sometimes a black fingertip dotted their bodies. We would never say anything about these marks to anyone. We were always afraid the headmaster would hear and give us matching marks to boot. Sometimes he would touch you with his entire palm, leaving a wrinkled imprint as raw and painful as a hot iron brand. I had a few marks as well, but I considered myself lucky that I only had a few marks, as far as I could tell. I was one of 4 boys and 5 girls who cleaned the headmaster's home, the farmhouse. I cleaned the bathrooms and emptied out the cisterns by slop bucket and rope. I cleaned the bathrooms, and eventually I found a few loose ceiling boards above the toilet when I was scrubbing for mildew standing on the windowsill. They were right above his toilet. I began thinking. This was my life for what felt like many years. I swore I could have named 25 separate times the frost came, but we had no way to keep track of time, not even by our ages. I swore sometimes we would see a kid go from looking 13, 14 back to looking half that. Time made no sense at the farm, and I knew that I wasn't going to get out by waiting. When I woke one morning to find the searing, red-hot handprint of Headmaster Renan Zinon on my upper arm, a hazy, starvation-induced plan emerged from the fog of my brain. I went to the special place by the cisterns where I'd kept every black widow spider I'd come across. I kept them behind a false brick on the side of the farmhouse where I had once collected 8 of them and discovered that black widows were cannibalistic when grouped together. Only the strongest survived. I kept hosting tournaments until 108 black widow spiders were reduced to 26 of the most toxic, twitchy, and bite-crazy widows you never want to meet. I was bitten only twice and came very close to an agonizing death both times. I knew one bite wouldn't do a monster like Xenon in. I was set. I was ready to enact the last stage of my plan when everything changed on a cold day in early December when a helicopter as black as the Thunderbird made a couple of low circles over the farm. Renan Xenon went insane. He poisoned half the meals the day after the helicopter came, and after breakfast, he took us all outside to form a queue outside the chicken slaughterhouse. When he began leading us in, one by one, a few joined me and ran. Judging from the screams, he caught most of the runners. But he didn't catch me. I spent many nights fantasizing about this moment when I wasn't listening to his footsteps or sick breathing. I put the black widows inside an old, compartmentalized chocolate box scavenged out of a wood pile, perfect for keeping each one locked away. I went up through the floorboards and hid in the space in the bathroom. The headmaster may not sleep through this paranoia, but everyone's got to go eventually, even monsters. Those cisterns didn't mess themselves. It was dark by the time he arrived with his candle. The sound of him pulling down his trousers and his simultaneous grunt masked the sound of me moving the planks above him aside and pulling the lid off the box of 26 nightmares, showering the headmaster with ravenous, crazed gladiators. My beauties began biting the headmaster as soon as they landed. The terror of the child farm, the demon named Renan Xenon, lied, curled around his toilet, eyes swelling shut, a mouth locked in a disgusted, surprised, outrageous gurgle of horror as spasms racked his whole body. Before his eyes swelled completely shut, he saw my small, 7-year-old face peering down the hole in the darkness. The missing child. The headmaster began to cackle. I knew this could happen. There is no free will. It's fine. I've lived 10,000 years already. I lived your happy summers, wonderful marriages, fruitful successes. Your life was beautiful beyond compare. That's why He smashed a few spiders scuttling around his face, but I could tell he was fading fast. You and I are ghosts now. These were his last intelligible words before the headmaster's breathing stopped. I hid for 4 hours before carefully making my way down to the window, the safest place in the room. The spiders were done and gone. The chopper returned with a convoy of armed men right before sunrise. I was the only survivor of the farm. The captain of the operation was a man named Clinton Moxley, chief field investigator for the Hermetical office. He adopted me. I took his last name. He was the only one who named me Howard. I told my father what little I knew. He corrected me on a few things. The headmaster's name wasn't Xenon. It was a man named Clark P. Gaines, an anomalous individual. The office he worked tracked the headmaster down here. My father was the one in the Thunderbird. Elder Moxley had told me about the time the office had captured the headmaster for study within one of their field labs. The subject grabbed Frank Burnwitz's wrist, one of the team's eldest members. They saw Frank's 79-year-old face twist and contort until the wrinkles disappeared and the flesh had lifted up on his face. In a few seconds of agony, Frank was a middle-aged man again. My father said that he personally stopped the other agents from interacting as they were gathering film evidence from the unique phenomenon associated with Clark P. Gaines. Frank was known to be a formidable fighter, but was helpless to the touch of Gaines. Every time Gaines's hand would land on Frank's bare flesh, Frank would scream, turning more pubescent every second. Clark only let go when Frank was a child again, squirming in old man's shoes. He chooses victims who had good lives, my father would explain, as he would tuck me in. His existence is the greatest evidence that time is a physical dimension, something that exists and has always existed. He lives your years in just a few seconds. Frank was left with 9 bad years out of 79. You would think being young again is great. Remember that he was left with the mind of a 9-year-old without care of family or friends. You know that pain well, Howard. The office didn't have the resources to care for Frank. We believe Clark Gaines is responsible for over 100,000 homeless children across the world. Frank was just one of them, another human with a used-up timeline. I asked the only father I knew why he adopted me. He brought me to the master bathroom's dual mirrors and told me to take off my shirt. Because I owe you. You were an old man once, Howard. You were my mentor and my partner within the office. You went to the farm by yourself to try shut it down. I had hoped that you would remember anything about your past. But I see the headmaster got to you too. I looked behind me, using the set of mirrors to see my own back for the first time. in seeing it covered in handprints. That was many years ago. True to Headmaster's words, I had been a ghost among the living since then. It's been hard even sleeping, especially now. For the past few nights, I've heard both the Headmaster's footsteps and rasping breath next to my old man bed. My father never said they found the Headmaster's body. I know he wants me in his farm back. He wants me back. He wants all his children back. Yo, James, hurry your ass up! Damon roared from across the parking lot, standing next to our limo and waving me and Becca down. I stole a kiss with her before taking her hand and jogging toward the limo with her. We weren't in there for more than a moment before our other friend, Felix, shoved a flask of Jack Daniels in our face. I made sure to get one for each couple. He winked at me with a huge grin. It isn't prom night without Sir Daniels. We all burst out laughing. I took a swig from the flask before passing it over to Becca and shifted my gaze to my childhood friends. There were 8 of us total, and we had all been friends since grade school and couples since late middle school. The gang consisted of Jamal, Chrissy, Pat, Jade, Felix, and Dana, Becca and I, and boy were we an interesting bunch. So, whose place are we exactly going to again? I asked, as Becca leaned her head on my shoulder. The new guy, Pat stared, but Jade finished for him. Dale Sear. He just moved here from New Jersey. Yeah, that guy. Pat smiled, as Jade rolled her eyes at him. Just then, the limo driver swore loudly, just before veering wildly to the left and right, just narrowly avoiding a car driving down the opposite side of the road, leaving us all in a tangled, laughing heap in the center of the vehicle. Normally, we probably would have freaked out, but with the amount of alcohol we had consumed at the time, we probably could have wrecked and thought it was humorous. We continued to talk about the events of everything that had gone on our senior year, and before we knew it, we had reached our destination. Alright kiddos, I'll be here bright and early to pick you up at 8, so don't be too late, you hear? We all nodded in agreement to the limo driver, but as the others turned away from him, I noticed his expression had become grim, and he motioned me to come closer. It's not your time, he muttered, before driving off. I just stared after the car, confused by his choice of words. What did he mean by that exactly? And what was his deal? I just shrugged it off and went to join my friends, who were all standing in front of a small, eerie-looking home. The house was a bright yellow, and as much chipped paint as there was, it gave the home a weird, polka-dotted look. The home almost reminded me of the Amityville Horror House, with a dirt-coated attic window, a rickety, old-fashioned porch, and the occasional missing shutter. Yep, this sure was where I wanted to spend the rest of my prom night. Wow, this Dale guy seems like a real winner, Chrissy stated sarcastically. Come on guys, and let's just give this Dale guy a shot. I'm sure he's a nice guy, Becca pleaded with us. She had been that way as long as I could remember, always giving people the benefit of the doubt and being optimistic about any situation, and that is why I loved her so much. Not only was she the most beautiful girl in school, she was also the least selfish and shallow person you would ever meet. I can still remember the first time we met on the school playground. I was, and still am, one of the nerdiest guys you would ever meet, and ironically, I was being picked on by Pat when she stood up for me, and ever since then, I could never get over how strong she was. Those piercing blue eyes and her dark brown hair still, till this day, take my breath away every time I see her. "Okay," we all uttered in unison, pick up our bags and making our way into the home. Pat rushed past everyone, throwing his bag on the floor of the entryway. Despite the outside of the home, the inside wasn't all that bad looking. The entryway was rather large, with 5 different doorways. The one to the left led to a rather larger living room with a fireplace. The second to our right led to the kitchen. The 2 others were at the top of a flight of stairs on either side of the landing, and right on the wall at the center of the 2 was a large poster. The last one was dead ahead of where Pat had gone through. "Yo Dale, where you at, bro?" I called out into the seeming empty home. Everyone dropped their bags in the same spot as Pat, and we got no answer. "Maybe everyone got stuck in traffic on the way here," Dana suggested, shrugging her shoulders. "Hey guys, check this out," Pat called out from the doorway in front of us. We all walked over to see a strangely large room for the size of the home, and right in the center were 2 rows of 4 beds, 1 for each of us. Now that is creepy, I thought to myself. "Okay, this is pretty weird. I thought there was supposed to be a party here," Pat pouted. "Well, maybe there are more beds upstairs," I stated, turning to enter the entry room and freezing after taking 2 steps out of the doorway. I stared in horror and confusion at the sight before me. Guys, I think we have a problem," I stammered, while pointing to where the front door used to be. Everyone turned to see what I was pointing at, their jaws dropping in unison once they realized what had happened. The front door had disappeared, leaving a wall in its place. "That's messed up," Pat chuckled. "It's not funny. How are we supposed to leave now?" Chrissy shouted at Pat, which then caused a chain of arguments amongst everyone trying to figure out what to do. As they all bickered, I walked around, hoping to figure out what exactly was going on. That's when I noticed a small red arrow pointing up the stairway to the poster on the wall. I quickly walked up the stairs to the poster and began to read. Game rules. Note: the game starts once the first door is opened. Rule 1. Once you open the door, another random door will appear. Rule 2. Once you open a door, another door will disappear, and so will everything behind it. Rule 3. You have exactly 10 minutes to open a door. If you don't, a door will automatically disappear, along with another one once you open a door. Rule 4. Every 5 minutes, I will come to find you, and the first person I find, or isn't hidden well enough to my liking, I will give you 5 seconds, then chase you. Rule 6. If I catch you, you join me/us. Rule 6. The game ends at daybreak. Note: the first door opened at 9:35 p.m. I will see one of you around 9:45. Good luck. As soon as I finished reading the game rules, I looked down at my phone to verify the time. It was 9:40. Guys? I shouted down the stairs. I think you may want to come see this. Within seconds, they were all at the top of the stairs reading what I had just read. This is a load of bullcrap, Pat boomed after reading the poster. I agree, Jade nodded. This is obviously a joke by Dane or Dale or whatever his name is. Plus this alcohol is making me sleepy, so I'm just going to take a nap with Chica Jade here. So, smell you guys later, he bellowed as he's made his way downstairs with Jade to the bedroom. I just sighed. I just feel like whatever is going on here, it shouldn't be taken lightly, I said, meeting everyone's fearful gazes. They all nodded in agreement. How much longer do we have left? Felix asked. 3 minutes to go, Becca uttered loudly. You should come up with a plan after we hide. Definitely a good idea. We will all meet here before we open any doors, Jamal stated. As everyone spread out to hide, I grabbed Becca and kissed her. No matter what happens, I want you to know I will always protect you, I said, staring deep into her amazing blue eyes. She looked at me and got teary-eyed. I know, you already have, she muttered as she gave me a small smile and went to go hide. I just stared after her for a moment, confused by the reaction she had given me. What did she mean by I already have? I looked down at my phone and saw I only had a minute left, so I quickly ran and hid on the windowsill, which was rather large, and shut the curtains in front of me. To be honest, it felt kind of stupid to be hiding. For all we knew, Dale could be messing with us and videotaping this whole thing to see if we would actually do what the poster said. I looked down at my phone. It was 9:46 p.m. and nothing had happened. I sighed and was just about to leave my spot when I heard a whisper of a man counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was then a sound like one of the beds being dragged across the floor and a loud thud, followed by an ear-piercing scream from Jade. I quickly jumped out of my hiding spot and turned towards the open doorway in front of me to see Dana, Becca, Jamal, Felix, and Chrissy grouped in the entryway. As I made my way to them, the guys covered the girls' eyes, and when I rounded the corner, I saw why. Starting from the bedroom and making its way up the stairs was a trail of blood. As Jade came into the entryway, everyone rushed over to comfort her, and she began to cry and yell out in pain. I, however, looked towards the top of the stairs to see a small mound at the foot of the poster. I made sure to walk at the edge of the staircase so I wouldn't get any blood on me. And when I got to the top, I gagged, then threw up at the sight before me. Pat's neck had clearly been broken easily at a 90-degree angle, with hundreds of cuts across his body, and a large red streak up the front of his now ragged tux. My eyes then turned to the poster, where his hand seemed to be reaching towards. It was on the number 7, written in blood. I quickly ran downstairs to see everyone arguing about what had just happened. Once I got to the bottom of the stairs, they all stopped and turned to face me. "Is he up there?" Jade sobbed. I just nodded my head, and she immediately began to cry again. I grabbed the other 2 guys and brought them to the top of the stairs, explaining that they would find out once they got there. But once we got there, to my horror, his body was gone. "I swear, he was just here," I shouted in disbelief. The other 2 looked just as horrified and shocked as I did. "We need to come up with a plan fast," Jamal stated as we reached the bottom of the stairs. "And wasn't there a door there just a second ago?" He finished pointing to where the kitchen doorway used to be. I swore under my breath and gathered everyone in the bedroom. "Okay, so," I started a little winded. "From now on, we stick together until it's time to hide. Otherwise, we can easily get picked off or lose each other." Why don't we just wait for the asshole who's doing this and mess him up? Chrissy suggested. Because in horror movies, that's the number one issue. No one tries to gang up on the killer till they're all dead. I don't think the killer is human, that's why, I admitted, a little skeptical myself. What makes you say that? Becca asked. Well, judging by how quickly he was dragged up the stairs and based on how big of a guy Pat was, if a person were to drag him up the stairs, it would take more than 30 seconds, which is how long it took for all of us to group up by the entryway. Plus I saw the wounds inflicted on him, and no normal person could have done that in the allotted time. Alright, but why can't we just stay here then? Dana questioned. If a door disappears every 10 minutes like the rules say, then that would mean we would run out of doors eventually. And it also says that once a door is gone, everything behind it disappears with it. So, in theory, we would all disappear. Well, since we're all in the same room, let's just open another door and see where it goes. I don't want to be here any longer than I need to be. Jade sobbed as she got off her knees and made her way to a door at the far end of the bedroom. We all followed her as she took a deep, ragged breath and opened the door. We were right back in the entryway, except it was laid out differently than before. The left door was now a bedroom with only 7 beds in it this time. The kitchen was now a large, screened-in porch with a swimming pool, and the stairs now led to one door, and next to it, the poster. I looked down at my watch. It was 9:50. Damn, we only have a minute, everybody. Find somewhere to hide. Everyone ran to their separate directions. I ran into the room that was once the bedroom, and was now a study, and hid underneath a desk. As soon as I was situated, however, I heard someone running up the stairs. It didn't hit me right away till I heard a door open. I swore to myself about how stupid they were being, and could possibly have just gotten someone killed. But before I could dwell on the thought any longer, I heard it again. The whispering, only this time it was different. Almost like there were 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know why I did it, but I shouted as loud as I could so everyone could hear me. Run! But it was too late. A second later, I could hear Dana's scream, followed by a loud crack and splash from the swimming pool. I sprinted out of the room to see right in the center of the entryway a large blood splatter mark, followed by a trail of blood to the pool. We were all in the doorway when Felix walked out of the pool, crying with Dana in his arms. He collapsed to the ground holding her. From what I could see, her whole face was caved in, which would explain the blood spot on the floor. Everyone else threw up, but I already had my traumatizing visual. What do we do now? Jamal asked as he ran his hand through his hair in thought. We have to keep moving, so whatever it is that is doing this can't catch us. I was there, Felix stammered. I saw them. They took her from me. Her foot was poking out from under the bed, and they grabbed her. Them? Who is them, Felix? I asked, putting my hand on his shoulder. It was Pat, and the other man. He finished, shaking his head in disbelief. Everyone gasped, including me. So that's what the sign had meant by me/us. I looked down at my watch. 9:59 p.m. We had to get through a door, and fast. Guys, we have 1 minute to get through a door, stat, I said, taking Felix's elbow, but he quickly shrugged me off. Felix, let's go, Jamal pleaded through the doorway. I can't go on without her. He smiled sadly at us. I love each and every one of you like family, but I must stay here with her. Once everyone left the room, I gave him a slight nudge on the shoulder. "Catch you on the flip side, brother." I weakly smiled at him. "No, you won't." And just as I exited the room and turned to face him one last time, he was gone. I placed my hand where the door used to be and prayed that whatever had just happened to him, it was fast and painless. I held in a sob, took a deep breath, and turned to face the remaining four. Jamal was comforting Chrissy, and Becca was kneeling down next to Jade, who was now sitting and hugging her legs while rocking back and forth, crying. I went to the settings on my phone and set a timer to go off every 5 minutes. 1 minute before we were supposed to be hiding, and before the door would disappear. "Get away from me," Jade hissed at Becca. "How can you say something like that? Nothing is going to be okay. Pat and Dana are dead, not to mention that Felix just magically disappeared with her. Screw you guys. Screw this house. Screw this game," and... She was cut off by the sound of my phone beeping. "What is that for?" Jamal asked. "I set it so we don't get caught off guard when the time comes to hide," I stated, looking to my phone. "We need to hide now." "No," Jade objected. "I told you guys, I'm done with this stupid game. I'm not hiding." Jamal reached for her arm, but she instantly shrugged him off. We all started shouting at her, telling her she was being unreasonable and that she needed to calm down, but just cursed at us and began to make her way to the study. As she did, however, I began to hear the whispers again. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, hoping it wasn't just me. "The whispers?" Becca pointed out. "Yes, I do." "Good, it's not just me," Jamal chuckled before calling out to Jade. "Jade, we don't have time for this. You need to hide." She stopped then in the entryway of the study, and we sighed in relief that she finally came to her senses. But my relief was quickly replaced with horror once the counting started. "Pat?" she whispered loudly. "Is that really you? Who is that with you?" She turned around and began to scream once they counted down to 0. She started to run towards us, but as she made it halfway down the hallway, 4 figures shot out of the study, grabbed Jade, and drug her in by her ankles. We quickly sprinted down the hall and into the study, only to find that she'd been impaled on a night statue spear, with hundreds of cuts covering her body. I swore loudly and smashed my hand on the study's desk, leaving a large crack going through the center. I immediately regretted doing so, however, as my hand began to throb from the pain and began to swell. Becca put a hand on my shoulder to comfort me. "You can make it through this, J-Bear," Becca crooned. "You've been through too much to let this defeat you." I immediately calmed down, but I couldn't help but feel something off about Becca. She never used my nickname J-Bear, mostly because she knew I didn't like it when my mother coddled and embarrassed me with it. Then again, it helped to relax me a little. "We should get moving," Jamal suggested. We all nodded in agreement as we made our way to the new door in the study. We all took a deep breath before opening the door. We were now in a large ballroom. It kind of reminded me of the one in that Stephen King movie, Rose Red, except the mirrors and such were all replaced by closed doors, and there were 4 long rows of tables with fancy cloths and silverware laid out. There were 6 doors in total, but one was open and led to a large hallway located at the very back of the room. "Why couldn't our prom have been here?" Jamal joked. "Oh wait, there is a creepy supernatural entity killing us off. If you ask me, that would be a total buzzkill." Then, right on cue, a banner fell down the center of the room, which read, "New rule! Doors now disappear every 2 minutes. Have fun." "You've got to be kidding me," Chrissy screamed in protest. I immediately added another line to my phone, and as I did so, the door behind us disappeared. We needed to get moving. "I say we go through the open door before it disappears," Becca offered. "There seem to be more doors to choose from." "True," I agreed, "but there is also less hiding spaces, which would mean we'd have to open another door in hopes of finding more, which could be risky." As soon as I finished that thought, the alarm went off. We all hugged each other, and I whispered to hide under the tables and crawl our way to the front. And if they hear the countdown start, run for the open door. Once we were all under the tables, we slowly began to make our way to the far end of the room. Once I was halfway, I stopped as a foot came down fairly close to where I was now kneeling. I had to hold back from shouting Felix's name, as I recognized his favorite pair of shoes anywhere. Idiot even wore them to prom. I was 3/4 of the way there when I heard a loud thud under one of the tables, followed by the counting. "Run!" I shouted as everyone got out from under the tables and began sprinting for the door. I made it to the door first, turning around to see the other 3 right behind me, and right behind them, looking exactly as they did when they had died, were our other 4 friends, and another older looking gentleman I couldn't exactly recognize. And they were sprinting a lot faster than the living ones. I swore to myself as I thought quickly about what to do. I ran to the nearest door and got ready to open it as soon as everyone was through. Jamal and Becca made it through first, but Chrissy had slipped just before the doorway, and the other 5 were closing fast. Jamal quickly sprinted over to her, picked her up and threw her through the doorway. He then turned to sprint but realized it was too late. "Open the door, James," Jamal shouted. "I don't want to give them the satisfaction of catching me." I nodded and quickly opened the door I was holding, and an instant later, the ballroom was gone. "Jamal!" Chrissy screamed, falling into Becca's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Becca rocked her back and forth for a minute, passing her fingers through her hair before turning to me. "What do we do now?" Becca asked, looking teary-eyed herself. "We have no choice but to move on," I sighed. As Becca and I made our way through the door I had just opened, I heard another door open behind us. We both spun around to see Chrissy opening up random doors. "What the hell are you doing?" I seethed. She turned to face me with a scowl. "I'm ending this nightmare. Maybe if it's just me left, I win the game. Then I can get out of this hellhole." Becca ran quickly to the door behind us and opened it, but nothing happened. "Don't just stand there," she beckoned. "We need to get rid of her before she gets rid of us." I took her hand and began running through random bedrooms, kitchens, and bathrooms. I stopped after the 12th floor, turning to see that the door we had just gone through had disappeared. I sighed in relief and wrapped my arms around Becca, kissing her on the forehead. We had just barely caught our breath when my alarm started to go off once again. I clenched my jaw, knowing that no matter what happened, this would probably be the last time I would see Becca. "Becca, I just want to let you know..." She cut me off before I could say anything more, with a kiss, and I kissed her back. "We should probably start running," she stated, eyeing the only room in front of us. "You make sure you stay as close to me as possible, okay? That none of us can get left behind." She nodded and kissed me on the cheek. "Let's go," she stated as the whispers began to count down once more. I took her hand and we took off to the nearest doorway. Door after door, room after room we went, but they kept coming, never stopping once, never letting up their pursuit. I could hear Becca starting to get winded, and we slowed down to a jog. "I can't keep this up," she uttered between breaths. As soon as she said that, I opened the next door and it was a dead end. We looked to be in the attic now, with a large, rounded glass window. I turned to see the others, only seconds behind us. I turned to the glass to see if it was full of cracks and seemed like it was ready to break. I turned to Becca. "Do you trust me?" I called to her. "Yes!" she shouted as she followed my gaze. I grabbed her, wrapping my arms around her head and waist, leaping backward so that I could break a fall. If I had remembered correctly, it was almost 3 stories. I could survive that, I told myself. As soon as we broke through the window, everything seemed to move in slow motion. I could see the glass around me light up like fireflies as the sunlight shone through them. I could feel Becca's tight grip around me, and behind her were 7 hands reaching out towards us. Just as we were about to hit the sunlight, I could feel her grip loosen around my waist. I screamed as loud as I could, reaching for her, reaching for me, as I fell and she was dragged up through the window. A jolt went through my body, and I could hear a loud crack as my head banged against the sidewalk. Immediately, my vision began to blur. I could feel the warm stickiness of blood forming around my head. I looked up one last time to the attic window to see all 8 of them staring down at me. I turned towards the sun and closed my eyes, and everything went white. Literally, something was so bright that all I could see was white. But as quickly as it came, it was gone, and all I could see was a blur of figures moving around me and muffled voices of what seemed like people talking. "James?" called a familiar voice. "James, if you can hear me, say something." "I can hear you just fine," I muttered. A few people began to cry, and as my vision cleared, I could see people hugging each other and crying tears of joy. Where exactly was I? "James, I can see you are confused," stated the voice I now recognized as Pat's father, which was weird because he worked in a hospital. I'm pretty sure there were no hospitals in heaven. "James, you've been in a coma for a month now. How are you feeling?" "Wait, what?" I spat in disbelief. "How? Was it from my fall?" I asked. Everyone there just stared at me, mostly with grief or sorrowful expressions. "James, there was no fall," Pat's father explained. "A month ago, you were in a car accident. You were on your way to a friend's house after prom. On your way, a drunk driver was driving on the wrong side of the road and struck your limo head-on." He paused a moment to let it sink in, and as he did so, he pulled out photos of the wreckage. What I saw completely shocked and horrified me. I stared at the pictures in complete shock, and I could see it was equally as tough for Pat's father as well. The first photo was of Pat, who had been flung from the vehicle, snapping his neck on impact. His body was covered in cuts caused by flying through the windshield and sliding across the road. The next photo was of Dana, who was just flung from the car, but her head was crushed as the limo rolled over her. The last photo was of Jade, who'd been impaled by what looked like the exhaust pipe of a vehicle, and she was also covered in cuts made by glass. I stared at the last photo in disbelief. The photos matched the wounds that had killed my friends in the house almost perfectly. But that didn't explain what had happened to the rest of them. What happened to everyone else? I asked reluctantly. Well, after the car struck the limo, it caused it to flip on its side and roll, tossing the first three and yourself from the vehicle, Pat's father began. The vehicle then rolled off the side of the bridge you were all driving across. We were able to locate 2 bodies inside of the limo, which had fallen into a river. The other 2 remained missing in the river. So, who were the ones found in the vehicle? I asked, having a good idea of who they were, as I began to connect the dots. Felix and... He hesitated a moment as he saw me begin to tear up. Becca. I stifled a sob and nodded that I was ready for the rest. He handed me a tablet with a video on the screen, ready to play. This was recovered from the limo. It's footage of what happened in the limo at the time of the accident. Everyone's eyes were on me as I played the video. As I watched, there was one part that hit me the hardest. As the limo was struck, I lunged straight for Becca, wrapping my arms around her, just as I had done before jumping out of the window. I watched, though, as we bounced around the vehicle a few times before I went out of one of the windows and Becca's dress got caught on the glass, dragging her back in. Then, a few moments later, the car jolted and the tape went black. I asked everyone to leave, to give me a moment to take it all in. As everyone left, I cried. It all finally made sense. They say you hear things when you're in a coma, and all the weird things everyone had said to me made sense now. It wasn't my time. Becca calling me J-Bear, that was my mom talking to me. They also say that when you're in a coma, you can get stuck in the in-between, which would also explain some of the comments they made to me about making it through the night, and me already doing my best to protect Becca. It finally all made sense. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, and once the tears had stopped, I opened my mouth to call out for everyone to come back into the room, but was cut off. I turned in horror as my phone alarm went off, signaling that it had been 10 minutes. I was in my own room, so that meant that there was only one door in the entire room. I had to check. I reached out, grabbing the curtains around my bed, took a deep breath, and flung them open. Game over.